Commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the August 8th, 2024 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. Commission is now in session on a Zoom platform. I'm Tom Bell, Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and will be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetlands Protection Acts and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. If anyone in the audience has questions for the Commission, put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of the page. And when called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. You must include your name and address to be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and the town's Conservation Agent, Charlotte Bechtel. I'll take a roll call vote of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Sanjay Fernando.
Sanjay Fernando, present.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Valerio Romano.
Valerio Romano, present.
Tom Bell, present. Tonight, we have a quorum of 6 commissioners. We'll be taking all votes via a roll call, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. I'll begin by welcoming our new commissioner, Steve Magnell. He has a stellar background in computer science and wildlife conservation. I'm sure he's going to be a great addition to this august group. Someone seems to have something open here because there's a little bit of repeat, so please check your mics and sound settings. Okay, before proceeding to the public hearings, the following public hearings are to be continued. Enforcement Order 3434 Flintlock Ridge Road, that's continued to August 22nd. A show cause hearing for 630 and 640 Chief Justice Cushing Highway is continued to a later but unspecified date at the moment. Show cause hearing for 44 Atlantic Avenue, NOI 20-12 and Stormwater Permit 20-20. That's continued to, again, an unspecified later date. A certificate of compliance or completion rather at 61 Nichols Road, NOI 16-8 is continued to September 5th. Stormwater Permit 2421 for 32 Orchard Drive is continued to August 22nd, 2024. Okay, first up is a resumption of the public hearing for NOI 2418 for 24 Little Harbor Road to remove invasive species, vegetation, and do landscaping improvement. This has been continued from July 25th. Charlotte?
Yeah, did we want to do the commission reorganization first or do it at the end of the evening?
I'm sorry, that was a little fuzzy.
Did you want to do the commission reorganization first,
No.
or do you want to do it at the
No.
end?
No, that doesn't make sense because then suddenly Valerio would be thrown into it without a script. So that's the last thing we're going to do tonight.
Okay, yeah, so we'll put it last. Okay. So I'll bring up. Hi, Amy. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, good evening.
Is Paul
Hi.
joining us tonight, or is it just you guys?
I think he's joining us, but we can get started if he's not here yet.
Okay. And I believe the applicant's in the audience, but I think they will stay there.
Sounds good.
It seems like they want to stay there. So turning over to you guys.
Okay, I think I'll jump right in. Good evening, everyone. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax Design here on behalf of Elaine and Dan Bradley. At the last hearing, some questions were raised about some alternatives that had been discussed in the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources glyphosate review report. And so I submitted an alternatives analysis looking at each of the alternatives that were discussed in that MDR report. And I'm happy to answer any questions about that. I think we covered weed matting, pilling, burning, biological controls, including the use of goats, as well as some of the others. I don't think I discussed foaming. I don't think foaming is a viable option. It's still a chemical control. So happy to answer any questions about that. I think I just would like to finally add that the Bradleys are doing this invasive species management project completely voluntarily. They want to keep their bank stable. They want to improve wildlife habitat. They want to be good stewards of their property. We do feel that given the alternatives analysis, that the use of selective herbicide use for the management of just invasive vegetation applied by trained, licensed, certified applicators is the least disruptive and the most protective for the coastal bank. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioners, I know that some of you were concerned about the some of the issues that are raised here and had reviewed the draft regulations, I guess they are, that the state has put out for the use of glyphosate. So I think those of you who had objections here should weigh in first.
Get a presentation, Charlotte, or a document on the alternatives?
Report that they sent. It might be hard to read on the screen, you know, for the whole thing, but I can pull it up so you guys can look at it.
That'd be great. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any materials on the response.
Okay. Yeah, it was an additional information packet, PDF.
Yeah, there was if I may, there was a significant amount of information. I reviewed every alternative that was brought up in the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources. It wasn't regulation, it's a glyphosate review. Including, and I will walk you through it if you would like me to. I know the commission has a lot on their agenda this evening. You may see that I'm standing outside because I'm at my granddaughter's birthday party, but I will happily walk you through each one of these alternatives if you'd like.
Can I suggest that Commissioner Fernando had just a couple that, if I recall right, that he was most focused upon, and if you could, Sanjay, if you could identify which of those you were really thought might be alternatives, it would be good if we could kind of cut to the chase here and not talk about some that we're not considering here, like burning, I suppose.
Yeah, I was interested in the assessment of weed matting.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. So we included that the weed mats, it's on the, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on the 6th page of the 9-page document that I submitted, that weed mats are layers placed on top of soil. They're made from plastic, cardboard, or other materials. Weed mats block sunlight that act as a barrier to weed growth. They allow moisture and air to pass through. Installers may opt to apply chemical herbicide beneath mats for increased effectiveness. Weed mats are available in a large range of materials, thicknesses, and durability. That's directly from the MDAR report. Advantage of weed mat from the MDAR report is that they provide a high degree of weed control, but I do want to point out that weed control is a little bit different than invasive species management. It can be implemented without the use of chemical herbicides, and they can last longer than 15 years. Which I believe is a disadvantage on a coastal bank. The disadvantages.
Like, that's what I didn't understand. Like, this is almost verbatim from the glyphosate report, and like
it is.
and for like,
Yep.
But if it's cardboard, like I think there's I just didn't follow the logic train. Like, if it's something that's going to break down.
Yeah, and I think as we discussed at the last hearing, we would have to bring in layers upon layers of cardboard, and then that would have to be topped with mulch. The disadvantage of that is that it would not allow us to plant any vegetation back for multiple years. Our goal is to very quickly and with the least amount of disruptive, leaving root systems in place and intact, selectively cut and treat the invasive vegetation, then give that some time to biodegrade, leaving the root systems intact in order to keep the coastal bank stable. At the same time, we're replanting the native vegetation that's proposed in this plan so that there's no area where we're not going to have a vegetated bank. We want the bank to remain in a vegetated state. It's important for bank stability. It's important for wildlife habitat. If we are to put plastic or cardboard weed matting, cover it with mulch, cover it with soil, we're going to have to leave the bank bare of vegetation for multiple years in order for this to be effective. And I really don't think that that's the best practice for a coastal bank. Our goal is to change the vegetation plant community from an invasive plant community to the native plant community within 2 growing seasons. We would be looking at multiple growing seasons. We did not consider that as a viable alternative for invasive plant management on this coastal bank. If we are to use the heavy duty weed mat, which is the kind that would be necessary to cover the viney and woody invasive plant community on this coastal bank and buffer zone resource area, it's constructed of woven plastic. It does photodegrade. It can contaminate the soil and water resource areas where we know that the glyphosate does not. They're saying that you have to leave it in place for up to 15 years. That just does not seem to
I
me
think that's
to be
But
viable.
let's go up to the language. I think that's not what they say. They say it could last up to 15 years based on the product that you use. Like, I don't want to be a pain about this, but like, I think you're like mixing metaphors here. Like, and even here you talk about the microplastics in your, like, it's like you're assuming the weed map will be plastic. I just wanted a clear answer of why a cardboard or other degradable product wouldn't be used. You know, I think your answer stands as it is, but I think that's the struggle. It's like you're sort of mixing 2 logic trains in your
Right.
argument.
And we're talking about nearly 10,000 square feet on the coastal bank alone. 10,000 square feet of cardboard and plastic weed matting. It's a long term. And if it were a small area and we were talking about something like mugwort or mare's tail or some other weed that's not an invasive plant species, a woody invasive plant species, then yes, I think sheet mulching is an absolutely fantastic idea. I would 100% advocate for that. But we're talking about 9,000 square feet on a coastal bank and not even including the buffer zone resource area. I just think that covering that entire area with weed mat, whether that's multiple layers of cardboard, which then has to be covered by mulch or other soil, or plastic weed mat that we'd have to lay out over a 9,000 square foot area on a steep coastal bank, and allowing that to then basically solarize the soil. So all you're trying to do, and the only way that this works is that it's blocking light. So you have to keep blocking that light year after year after year to outcompete the carbohydrate stores in this invasive vegetation. The reason this vegetation is invasive is because it has competitive advantages. It leafs out earlier than our native vegetation, so it photosynthesizes more quickly. It's able to grow in multiple different kinds of soil conditions, site conditions, exposure to salt, drought tolerant, flood tolerant. That's how these plants get a hold and outcompete our native vegetation and create these monocultures of invasive vegetation. So, and I think that to do this on the scale that we're talking about is not feasible or practicable. So we did not consider it as a viable alternative.
Charlotte, can you remind us what the purpose of the protection of the coastal bank is? I believe that erosion of the coastal bank is one of the foremost concerns in the regulation. Is that correct?
Yeah, erosion, sedimentation, storm damage prevention, mostly prevention of pollution. I mean, you can definitely throw wildlife habitat in there because a lot of our wildland resource areas, obviously, for the most part, all have, wildlife habitat value. But yeah, I would say protection from storms is definitely one of the strong interests out of the act.
So whatever we do here, we do not want to create a situation where erosion it's more prone to erosion, and I believe that Ms. Sprague made a point that they were cutting these invasives off at ground level, but retaining the roots to keep whatever topsoil there was in place. So I think that's a critical part of this plan. and to reestablish new root zones before those old ones are completely degraded and start to stop serving the purpose of holding the soil in place. So there's a balance here that needs to be struck.
Is that not accomplished with the weed mat?
Perhaps if if you've got a weed mat, it would seem to me that ultimately you're going to have to remove it and reestablish plants with new roots. And I don't think you can just go out there and plant on top of a weed mat. I think you'd probably have to remove it at some point if you're going to reestablish a new community of plants. So I'm having a hard time imagining how that could be accomplished.
Mr. Chairman, could I chime in for a sec? This is
Yes.
Valerio.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, the goal here is to bring this area back to, a native, healthy environment. If you're putting plastic or cardboard on the ground and then planting over it, it's sort of counterintuitive. I just feel like it's just not, it seems like it's not necessarily appropriate for this exact project. That's sort of my opinion on it. I like this project. I think it's great, and I really appreciate what the owners are doing here and all the work that's gone into it.
Ms. Sprague, could you comment on the grade there? What is the slope? Is it just not in terms of percent slope, but is it a steep slope or a modest slope or?
It is a very steep slope. It is a very steep slope with a lot of rocky outcrops. And that's one of the reasons why we did not propose mechanical removal, because we were concerned about disturbing the soil pockets that were there, potentially leading to erosion. So the other difficulty would be if we put any kind of weed mat down, whether it's plastic, cardboard, etc., we're going to have to top that with mulch or soil that would not be vegetated, and that mulch or soil would end up right down into the harbor.
Okay. I can't remember. Chris McIntyre, did you have some concerns? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Fernando, do you have, were there any other concerns that you had there? I don't recall whether it went beyond the mats or not.
No, I think I have my answers.
Okay. Commissioner McIntyre, I think you had some concerns or not?
Yeah, I just wanted a chance to look over the report that was prepared by the Eastern Research Group for the Department of Agriculture, which I did, and it's unclear, about they speak about the surfactants which were addressed for marine, impacts. The project here has addressed that they would not be using surfactants that are harmful to aquatic life. And the studies that are referenced here are, I think are, more broad and toxicology related, whereas the application that's proposed in this, specific project is very direct and measured. So I don't really have a lot of concern about runoff. I was looking for information if there's some way of, being on a slope at this site, if there's some sort of indicator that could be like placed at the bottom of the slope that would perhaps I didn't find anything, but I was wondering if we could have some sort of indicator species that would, if it were healthy at the bottom of the slope, it would indicate that there's no, glyphosate traveling down into the aquatic system. But I don't know, that's a bit much. But
Ms. Brigg, is that sounds like a very interesting and innovative idea to me, to actually have some sort of monitoring system that is based on a native plant that would be particularly impacted by glyphosate, that was leakage, if you will. Is that feasible?
Looks like we maybe lost Teresa for a
Oh, she's
second.
back.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry. I think to speak to that, there are a number of existing native trees and native vegetation at the toe of that bank that are going to remain intact, that we are not treating and removing. So I think the other part of this, and if you look back through the land management plan, which was submitted with our very first submission with the NOI, we're only treating and managing invasive vegetation. There is other native vegetation on this bank that will remain intact, will not be targeted for the use of herbicide. So we are only targeting the use of it. We're only targeting the invasive vegetation. So any of the native vegetation that's on this coastal bank will remain intact and not be and will be protected through the management process.
Thank you. Do any of the other commissioners have concerns that haven't been addressed? Charlotte, if you drafted a set of conditions that you think are appropriate for this site?
Did, and I just thought of another one, so I'll pull them up if you would like to see those first. And based off of our most recent conversation, what we could do, I'll get to these in a sec, but one thing that we could do is you could flag the native stuff that's supposed to remain. You know, so when I'm coming to the site multiple times during the, you know, treatment and after treatment, you know, we can take a look at the flagged native species. They're all proposed to remain, and we can see if they look like they're declining in any, you know, health, you know, and then we can investigate that further as needed. Like I'm sure Teresa and her group know how to, you know, take care of the native species that are on the site, but we can definitely flag them just to make sure that they're properly monitored as well throughout the course of the, you know, order. I kind of went through these last time, so just for everyone's refreshment, I did not change any of the language yet. But basically, it's kind of set up in a similar sense to the, you know, other project in terms of, you know, commissioners shall have the right to walk the site, you know, in case they also want to take a look, in addition to me going out there. Not obviously having construction equipment stored within the 50 or on the resource areas, keeping the tree protection barriers up until, you know, everything's all set. Keeping the site clean, obviously, trash debris all removed, and then all steps in the restoration management plan performed with the following conditions: that the restoration work in the 50-foot buffer all be done by hand. That's as they've specified, and then they have not proposed the use of mechanical equipment. So just emphasizing it's not allowed within the coastal bank without further review. Only use of herbicides allowed solely with this order for the purposes of invasive removal with directly applied methods as specified in the land management plan. The herbicides allowed are glyphosate and triclopyr. No other herbicides shall be used without further approval from the commission. The invasive work with herbicides shall be supervised on site by necessary licensed professional, which Teresa mentioned they would do. All invasive work shall be done outside of bird nesting season past early August of each year to minimize disturbance to nesting habitat. No vegetation removal work will occur between April and August, and that's also specified in their land management plan. They have a really nice calendar section highlighting the times when they'll be out monitoring versus use with herbicides. No invasive work shall be done in rainstorms or conditions, low wind conditions. Pretty common sense why you wouldn't want to do that. Invasive material shall be immediately removed, not stored on the site. Shall be properly disposed of. And then I added, you know, we can, you know, if the commission's okay with this is our pretty standard condition about monitoring reports submitted by December 15th of each year. If you guys want them presented the first year, I figured that was a good thing, unless you guys just want to handle it administratively. And then I just put in our site inspections, pretty much just emphasizing that they'll be at the time point specified in the land management plan, and then a final site inspection. We did like conservation markers last time to be posted along the coastal bank, made of appropriate material. We had some, you know, negotiations about the language here. I'm not sure what we came to with that, but if you guys are okay with me adding a condition about flagging the native species to just kind of keep track of them throughout, you know, the time, I think that would hopefully, maybe we can get a little bit of an indication if there is any exposure.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, actually. And I want to emphasize that this is similar to, in some ways, similar to one of our other recent applications for controlling invasive species. And this is, should this be approved by the commission, it is not setting a precedent. This is an experimental situation where we are trying to come to grips with invasive species within the town of Cohasset. And so we're going to watch this one closely. We really hope that it works. And I think we probably have I know we have a very experienced team that's implementing it. So that's crucial too. We don't want to lead homeowners to believe that they can have a DIY or do it yourself approach to this. This is a very technical process and requires a level of expertise that most homeowners would not have. So
I had a question about 3, which I really like a lot.
sure.
But if you recall, Commissioner, like in the last project that we looked at using this type of herbicide, there was specific mechanisms in which both the conservation agent and the trustees were monitoring and exercising some like action on whether to proceed or not proceed. I would just want to understand, like, if we frame this as 3 and we do see an impact on native species, what is the recourse?
Good, really good point. We need to have milestones here that we set out and are addressed on probably an annual basis. Wouldn't you think that's about right? I mean, it's hard to do this on a seasonal basis, perhaps. But for example, if in year 1 during the summer, this is going to would be implemented in the fall. I would assume you guys want to start this fall, and if we start seeing impacts to those native species in spring, or spring and during the next growing season anyway, we want to be able to intervene at that point.
And Charlotte, can you clarify how many applications are being proposed, or how much application is being proposed?
I believe just once each year for 3 years. Is that correct, Teresa?
Yes, and to add to that, we are required to submit every year to the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources the amount of herbicide we use for our projects. So we would be more than happy to share that information with this commission. So every time an applicator is out on the site and applying the herbicide, they are recording exactly what product they're using and how much of it that they're using, because we're required as a business to submit that to MDR yearly. So we track that on every single job site that we're on. So happy to share that information with the commission. Additionally, as far as monitoring, we do have written into our plan, and you've added this to your order of conditions. We do prepare and submit monitoring reports annually where we have photographs. We describe exactly what work was done, the results of that work. We include photographs of the site. More than happy to flag all of the existing native vegetation. As I've explained at other hearings, we have been doing this work for 15 years. We take great care to prevent exposure to non-target species. Our goal is to maintain the existing native vegetation. This is a very selected, targeted use of glyphosate and triclopyr with the wetland-approved surfactant, specifically for the management of invasive vegetation in areas where other management methods are not viable.
Is there, I'm looking right now, but are there soil tests that we could say elevate to if there's native plants are being observed to be in decline? Could we take a next step to put in the conditions like a soil test? I see there are,
So I did include in the very first filing a glyphosate and triclopyr fact sheet with information. And I think it's really important to note that both of these products have a very short half-life. They do not translocate from the root system into the soil. So the only way that there's soil contact is if you're doing things like broad foliar spraying, where you're standing out there with an open sprayer and you're having direct contact with the soil. Neither one of these herbicides translocates to the soil. If they are exposed to soil, they have on average between 7 and 60-day half-life in the soil. It does not leach. It has a high adsorption rate, so it binds to the soil. It does not leach into water. So I think that's included in the updated MDR review, and I also included that information with the references, sources referenced in the glyphosate and triclopyr fact sheets that I provided to the commission.
I think perhaps what we're getting at here is if we were to see a decline in one or more of the existing native plants, we would have no way of knowing necessarily whether it was what it was caused by, whether it was contact with glyphosate or triclopyr, or whether it's dying because it's getting more saline water, for example, during a dry period or whatever.
There's actually, it's actually quite clear when something is treated by herbicide. You can very clearly tell that that's the effect it's having on a plant versus most natural conditions under which vegetation dies, because frankly, it's a living organism, just like everything else. Living organisms die of natural causes. But when you apply an herbicide, there's a very specific, it's very clear. You can tell by the way the plant is reacting. Because
yeah,
remember
I've seen
that
it on sites, so yeah, it's
right.
pretty obvious when someone's applied an herbicide, whether it's salt and vinegar or Roundup.
Exactly. So salt and vinegar.
Soil tests, the low end of the half-life is 47 days, but I think the up end is 180 days. So is it possible, as Chris has proposed, to do a soil test? Like, I think there's a broad range of half-life in those studies.
I mean, we can send soil samples out to UMass Amherst, UMass Agricultural Extension, and get soil tests. I've never been asked this question before, so frankly, I do not know.
Well, we've never granted permission to apply herbicides in the resource before.
I think if we had evidence that there was a decline, I think the idea that we're using native plants as a monitor, kind of a first line of to indicate that there's a problem, is a really good start. And I think that we would, I personally think that resorting to soil testing and measuring these, if you apply it in August, by the time the growing season comes, you've been through 3 half-lives. So you've reduced the whatever initial concentration by half, a quarter, one.
That's assuming a 45-day half-life. I mean, we're talking about a resource area.
I'm assuming a 50-day half-life.
Like we're talking about resource area. Like if I reflect, I know neither case is linked, but I reflect on the thoughtfulness we took at Turkey Hill, and now we're talking about Little Harbor. I mean, I think that's what I'm struggling with here, Commissioner. Yes, there's no precedent here, but at the same point, this is actually the more important resource area as a citizen for me, of the town. And how often I use Little Harbor. So I'm just questioning the thoughtfulness in our control structures that, given everything we went through with Turkey Hill.
Yeah, Sanjay, I was trying to, I mean, clearly the Turkey Hill was definitely a completely different site. So we had set it up testing 2 methods, but with this site in particular, I'm definitely happy to include maybe a stop block after the first year where they, give us a report, they present it to Concom. And then should they not, if they don't achieve the, restoration goals for year 1, or if we see a lot of exposure from, the herbicides to any surrounding native plants, that the applicant and, and their team, they have to present modifications to the plan for further approval, and the work shall not continue until the commission has approved any required changes. Does that sound okay to maybe test it out for the first year, have them come back, present, we look at it? I know based on the timing, we may not be able to assess it until, what would you say, Teresa? Probably if you apply it in the fall, when would you know if you are on the right track to be able to assess if the treatment's working? Would that be the following spring?
Yeah, it would be June. I would say June would be appropriate, would give us time to see what we're getting for resprout. I do
Mhm.
think that it's important to note that we've got a substantial seed bank, so we do expect to see some resprout on this bank. I've never had an experience where we've achieved 95% control in year one simply because these plants have they've been fruiting, they've been dropping seed. There's a seed bank that's going to be opened up. We're going to see some resprout, but we will see a significant improvement. We have our goals written out in our land management plan for each of the species, and what we expect to see after the initial management phase.
I think Commissioner Fernando's concerns are valid, and the comparison between what we approved for the trustees is significantly different in that any impact there would be to a wetland that's far removed from not far removed, but it's farther removed from the site that they're treating than this is to Little Harbor. And Little Harbor is certainly a resource that everybody sees all the time, right? It's more in the public view than the bordering vegetated wetland over in the Great Swamp. And so it is something that we need to tread carefully here.
What if we test the soil that's after the first application well within the half-life period down below, towards the bank to demonstrate that it's not in the soil, and
That'd be the most effective way because you haven't had attenuation, and so we're not going to fall below the level of detection if there's something there. So maybe one soil test.
I have to be honest, I'll have to investigate what laboratory we would need to send that soil test to. I have literally never been asked this before. In 15 years of doing this, I'm happy to do it. I don't have an answer as far as sending soil samples out and having them tested for glyphosate or triclopyr after 180 days. I just don't have an answer for that. I'd have to research it further.
I don't think we're talking about after 180 days. I think we're talking about probably within a week or so after it's been applied to see if there's been a week or maybe even 30 days, if there's been any transport.
I would, again, I'll have to research that. I'm not familiar with, I just don't know.
This is really tricky because in fact, first of all, we don't know the transport mechanism. So the fate and transport here are undefined. So we wouldn't even know what test to do. And what to test. Do you test the soil? Do you test the groundwater? What do you actually test? And so this maybe gets a little bit beyond what is reasonable, I think. We do have our organic monitors. I think that's a great idea, just to watch the vegetation downslope. If it's showing an impact, we know something's going wrong. And we could do the testing of the soil, and it might not tell us it would be an ambiguous thing. Even if it's negative, it would be ambiguous because maybe it's moving in the groundwater. Now we're not talking about putting in monitoring wells here and testing the groundwater. That's way over the top. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a proportion here that we need to be cognizant of.
I was going to say, the only thing that I can share with you is that we have successfully removed Asiatic bittersweet that is girdling large trees, native trees, with the native trees remaining intact and actually regenerating after we've removed the invasive species from them using this method. So we have removed Asiatic bittersweet and multiflora rose from oak trees, cedar trees, etc., and then had them actually regenerate to the point where they were dying. They were literally being killed by the invasive vegetation. We've managed the invasive vegetation and actually been able to save the tree. So I have no concerns whatsoever using native vegetation as sort of a guidepost for the exposure of vegetation when with the selective management process that we're proposing.
So if I understand you right, you've clipped the at the base of an Asiatic bittersweet at the base of a native tree and done a direct injection. So the roots are intertwined with the oak tree, for example, right?
That,
And-
yes.
And you haven't seen any impact on any of the trees that you've saved this way. Is that correct?
The only impact that we have seen is the impact that we were actually able to save the tree when the tree was certainly going to die with the invasive vegetation smothering it.
Well, that's as close as you can get. The roots are intertwined in that case.
That's correct. Yes.
And that gives me some confidence that it's working without
Yes.
contaminating.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are well over the 20-minute period, not trying to,
Yeah, yeah.
you
no,
know.
Thank you.
yeah. So I guess, I mean, my question is, do you guys want to see soil samples? I'm trying to keep this general here so that Teresa and I can have some time to research what kind of methodology we would be using. You know, just saying that we're collecting them after initial treatment and collecting them within the half-life period for glyphosate and triclopier to determine presence of herbicides in the soil and or groundwater. The timing of collection, number of soil samples shall be determined by applicant, Teresa, you know, and the conservation agent. Methodology shall, you know, do we like this, or do we want to take it out, or do we want to just use the native species?
Charlotte, I would just say from my professional experience, soil sampling would be ambiguous at least.
Yeah.
And it's expensive.
Uh-huh.
I don't see it as appropriate here. But
Okay.
I'm just
I would
wondering.
be, I would be on
gonna
the
say,
other
does
side of that
Commission agree with
argument.
that?
Like, I feel strongly, like, given the importance of Little Harbor, my personal opinion is that if we're not putting every possible control and piece of data in to understand the impact of this, I think I feel like strongly, completely opposite to where the commissioner is on that. You know, I think this is one of the most critical resource areas in our town. And I think we have stated again and again, these are, as we did with Turkey Hill, like how this is something we've never considered until recently. And so now we're about to approve 2 projects to use these herbicides in the resource area. So that's just my point of view as a citizen of Cohasset.
I agree with Sanji on the soil testing. I would ask if Ms. Brady could speak with a couple labs and see if they have experience and whether there is any legitimate way to test the soil where we would have, you know, where we could trust the results and maybe report back to us if there's any value in doing it, and then we can go from there. So that would be the condition. I would think the applicant would speak with at least 2 labs and get some input on soil testing. And then we could go from there. Because I'd love to see, I mean, it would be great to know, right? If it shows up, if it doesn't, you know, like.
Well, I think the only thing that I have to say to that is that that there's going to be quite a bit of expense related to this, and I need to get the permission from the property owners. They're doing this voluntarily. This is quite an expensive undertaking. That we've already been before the commission 3 times. We've provided a significant amount of information. We've put multiple hours of work into presenting this plan to the commission. And additionally, the cost of actually implementing this work, it is very labor intensive and requires expertise and certifications that are not carried by typical homeowners. And then to add the expense of a private laboratory soil study on top of that, this may be cost prohibitive, and they may decide that they do not want to undertake this project, the invasive species management portion of the project.
What we're asking for, we're simply asking for you to contact a lab and see if there are established protocols for actually making this measurement and whether it is effective. I have serious doubts that it is, but I don't have direct experience with this particular chemical in soil testing. I have experience with other chemicals, but not this one. I think this is a waste of money personally, and I don't think it's going to tell us one way or the other. I think that.
Well, that could be the report, right? So if they come back and say there's no way to do it effectively and it's a waste of time and money to do it, then that's the answer. You know, I trust them.
Not going to say it's a waste of time.
Just to add a little bit, in my brief research from soil testing to search for herbicide residues, it looks like all of the research suggests looking at indicator species, like someone already suggested, like the native plants that are going to remain on the site, as indicating whether those plants are affected by herbicide. That is by far the best way, and everything that I'm reading online. So even if you do a soil test, I think it's just not as useful as really looking on the site to see what's happening.
Do we want to just put in a template condition that just prior to any application with herbicides, the applicant shall, I can say research appropriate laboratories to determine if it's feasible and efficient to perform soil testing after application of glyphosate and triclopyr. You know, and if the laboratories are not sufficient, if the methodology isn't effective or conclusive, then we don't do it. But if it is, they do it. I don't know. I'm trying to write conditions to satisfy everybody here, but I admit I'm getting a
The way I see it,
information.
the way I'm thinking about it is that, like, if there is a decline in the native species that we have flagged as our indicator species, then what's our next step? That's the way I'm thinking about it right now. So it's either I would say we either stop the application if the indicator species fail, or we plant more to demonstrate that was per chance, or we test soil if that's or something if that's, I don't know.
So it would be problematic if you start to see your indicator species suffering. A soil test would be probably useless. What you probably need to do is test the tissue of the plant that's dying. I don't, that soil test is just, this is not the way to go.
Soil test was
I'll
right.
defer to the board.
I'm not an organic chemist. I shouldn't have said soil test. I should have said something more lines of further investigation to demonstrate that it's not glyphosate. Until it's demonstrated, then the use of the herbicide should be stopped or something along those lines.
Species that's our best sentinel thing.
I have a couple of small questions. Anything? One is,
how about like I like the idea of kind of like what we did with Turkey Hills. So basically after year one, they have to submit a report to us. They have to come to a public hearing. We have to review it. If the results are not, what we expect them to be, and or if there's any exposure or damage to native plants, we'd be able to tell on the site as well. So, I mean, then if we don't find the results satisfactory after year one, we stop the work and the applicant has to present any modifications for further approval, and the work shall not continue until the commission has approved any required changes. Does that make sense to just put a stop block after year one? They come in, present, we like it, we allow them to continue, and if we don't, they have to come up with an alternative for the following years. And no soil testing. I can take out the soil language out if we're all okay with that.
Yeah, I think proposing test, none of us specifically know is going a little bit too far.
Wait, sorry, what was that, Tom?
I think that proposing a measurement of something that we don't fully understand, whether there's even a test for this, and what the threshold is, what the detection limits are, what we might actually test. This is something we don't even know. Should we test the soil? Should we test the groundwater, the runoff, the water in Little Harbor, the plant itself? It just we're stepping way off into a realm that is we don't have any expertise in, and I don't think possibly nobody else does either. So I think I think a review after the year, keep an eye on the indicators, native plants at the base of the slope is probably the best way to approach this.
Yeah, and I think we condition it that there's some quantification or identification of indicator species, so it's not just some, I think we need to do some
Select specific existing plants. And those are our essentials.
I think Commissioner Magnell had something to say, Charlotte.
Sorry?
I just had a question. Is there any condition under which the either of these herbicides are being applied directly to the soil? If they're being wiped onto the plant, then is there any known transfer of pesticide from the plant to the soil or to other plants?
There is
And
not. The herbicide
so-
does not translocate from the root system to the soil.
So
Correct.
in that case, the only way that the herbicides would get into the soil is misapplication of the treatment.
That's correct. If it were being applied directly to the soil, that would be the contact it would have with soil, and that would be how it would get into the soil.
Is there anything that you're doing that's going to do that?
No, we are proposing cut and cut and wipe method. So we're cutting the vegetation and then directly wiping the herbicide onto the cut stump.
Of the plants that you have indicated in your document, one of them, of course, is garlic mustard, which is an herb, not a woody plant. Is that just being removed by hand?
Yeah, it will just be removed by hand. Yes, that we can. Garlic mustard pulls very easily and does not cause a lot of soil disturbance when it's removed that way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I can pull the same conditions from Turkey Hill, that we do a baseline vegetative survey, classification survey. We get the full picture of what's out there. And we establish baseline data, flag all the native species on the site. I would just say on the site. I wouldn't say necessarily just at the bottom, unless you guys want to specifically say only the bottom. So you get the baseline data, and then, they do year one, they come to present. If we don't like it, they stop the work and they have to do alternatives. If we do like it, they can continue to year one and year two. Does that sound fair? And it's not set up like Turkey Hill only because, they're only proposing one method, whereas the trustees were open to testing two methods. So that's why these conditions are not set up like the experiment that we designed for Turkey Hill.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't require them to flag all native. I think a representative.
Okay.
Fair.
Okay, should we say at the base of the
Oh.
coastal bank?
I mean,
Application, it's probably the species that you're interested in. You don't want to flag annuals or perennials, or annuals rather, obviously. So I think you need to be specific, maybe a certain size threshold,
Did we want, sorry,
Yeah.
perennial time or annual?
not perennials.
That's what I thought, yeah.
I would
Say you
just,
want-
I would suggest if we are able to flag woody vegetation. So we've noted on the site that there's existing arrowwood viburnum, green ash, oak, eastern red cedar, and a number of other woody native species. It may be harder to flag geranium and seaside goldenrod and little blue stem grasses, which are the herbaceous species we noticed, the native herbaceous species we noted on site.
And I think
Woody's fair, yeah.
probably should exclude the ash because it's quite likely to die from other causes.
Thank you.
Excluding ash?
Yeah.
Did we want, I know Teresa and her team have already done like an analysis of what's out there, but do we still want a baseline survey done, or are we okay with not doing that?
Already done one.
Well, they did a site plan. So Teresa, did you guys do like a full classification survey, or did you just go out to the site and just kind of observe the species there?
We observed the species, we wrote them into our land management plan, under the
Okay.
existing condition section. So we noted, native species included, oak species, eastern red cedar, green ash, black cherry, arrowwood viburnum. And then we found herbaceous species, including little blue stem, seaside goldenrod, and geranium.
This is similar to what we did for Turkey Hill. Just going out there, cataloging everything. Anything greater than 50% coverage, categorize it as dominant, and then submit to the conservation. This is pretty much what we've done for Turkey Hill.
I mean, we could certainly go by percent, by dominance, although I feel very comfortable flagging all of the woody native vegetation on the site.
All woody native vegetation on the site, not just the base of the coastal bank.
We're going to protect all the woody vegetation throughout the resource area.
Okay.
All of the native woody vegetation throughout the resource area, not just at the toe of the bank.
Tom, we can't hear you. Tom, can't hear you.
The base of the slope is for our indicators. Not for the entire site, it's just for the indicators. So it's kind of two separate things you're talking about. If we want an inventory of all the natives that are there, that's kind of a separate issue to having selected some of those at the base of the slope as our sentinels.
How's that?
Are we ready to move forward here?
Sorry?
I said, are we ready to move forward here? I'm asking the commissioners.
I'd like to say I'm ready to move forward, but I will probably want this on the record, like, there's a preponderance of information presented to us, but none of it supported this method definitively. Sometimes I feel like we're presented with lots of information almost buried in it. And somehow the volume of information presented to us somehow supports this very difficult decision we make to use herbicides in a buffer or resource area. I have yet to see any evidence presented. I've seen a lot of copy and paste of existing reports that lead to pages and pages of documentation. But when you read it, there's nothing that definitively supports the use of this herbicide. I think now that we've matched it to what we've done at Turkey Hill, it gives me a great deal of confidence that Charlotte will be able to monitor this work as well as the commission. But I do want to be on the record to state, like, I don't understand why we're not strongly considering how important Little Harbor is as a resource area relative to the deliberate and thoughtfulness we put into the decision around Turkey Hill. I still find that to be deeply concerning.
Are there any conditions, Sanji, that you would still want to see? I mean, I'm typing in more conditions to pull them from Turkey Hill. But, you know, like I said, the only difference is since we're not setting this one up like testing two methods, the conditions language wasn't, as applicable here. But I definitely put in the, check it, have it presented to us after year one. If it doesn't work, we don't allow the work to continue without modifications to the management plan. And if it does work, it can continue, but I can pull some of the other conditions.
Yeah, I think that's what I struggle with. There's not an A/B test here. I think, so we don't know.
So Angie, I think we're kind of, we're dealing with a situation with invasive species that's really unprecedented. And so there's no the research shows us there's very little you can do to combat it without using herbicides as effectively combat it, at least in large areas. So we're treading, very gently into this kind of realm of herbicides, and that's why we're taking these measures. And we're not, I think, Chairman Bell kind of stated that we're by no means gonna allow all of a sudden wholesale application of these herbicides in the resource or along the bank. So
And I agree, Chris, but I'd also note that these conditions are much more expansive after our deliberative debate today than they were at the last commission meeting. So I am pleased in that. I think that's my point. We've expanded these greatly because I think we all should need to take it seriously. This is just as impactful as the decision we made at Turkey Hill.
agreed. It's not more. So yeah.
I think you brought up something really kind of pertinent to this, Sanjay, is that by saying, weighing the value of Little Harbor, which is our little gem in this town, and we're weighing that against this invasion of plants from all over the world, and we're losing that battle. We don't want any more casualties than we have, but we need to do something here in the long run. We really do. And by having two professional organizations doing two similar but different things here, it's an opportunity for the commission to see how this works and whether or not we should continue down this path or whether we're going to surrender to the Asiatic bittersweet and all the other invasive plants that we see. And I think it's worth approving this plan for that reason.
And I appreciate that. I think I would concur, or at least I think these conditions now reflect the gravity of what we're doing here. And they didn't previously. And so I know the applicant and their representatives have been frustrated with us, but these are much more expansive conditions that I think reflect how impactful this could be.
So with that, I think we probably have most of our conditions stated. Is that correct, Charlotte? I see you're still typing away.
I'm basically just setting it up I'm setting it up like Turkey Hill without the experiment where you do year one, they stop, they come to us, they present, we evaluate the results, and we see if it's, up to our satisfaction. If it isn't, then they have to modify the plan without herbicides and present alternatives. And then I'm saying, should the work by the commission be, should the work allowed to be continued with herbicides after year one, the treatment as specified in land management plan shall continue into year 2 and year 3, and that a final vegetative classification survey after year 3 of treatment shall be conducted and included in the final report. And then just saying that annual reports would be due. I can change this. I mean, I know you can't really fully evaluate how effective the treatment is until the following year. So for Turkey Hill, we did preliminary reports, but then we followed it up with more advanced reports, in the spring. So I can say by, I don't know, maybe May or June 30th of the following year, if the timing is better, I can defer to Teresa of how they normally submit annual reports. But, I think a baseline and final classification survey would really give us a lot of the data of the species that are out there before and after 3 years of treatment, which I think is what they're going to do anyway, but I'm just kind of putting it in the conditions to make it very clear that this is what we're looking at. I had all these conditions about continuing the order past 3 years for Turkey Hill, but I think, again, it was a little bit different because they're testing 2 different methods, whereas I feel like Teresa and her team would know after 3 years if it was successful or not. And if it wasn't, then they'd have to obviously come back with a new plan. But those are the conditions that I pulled from Turkey Hill and just added more language about that to just be really clear about the level of reporting that we're going to want to see, which I think her team was already prepared to do. And the site inspections would still be the same at each seasonal time point. So I'm going to be going out there quite a lot. Commissioners shall have the right to go out there too. So it's not just me, so you guys can see it for yourselves. There's BMPs put in place to not do it in rainstorms, obviously, or high wind conditions, even though they are very specifically applying the herbicides and they're not spraying. I still think, obviously, common sense, don't go out there when it's nasty. And yeah, I mean, I hope this is satisfactory. Oops, sorry. I hope this is satisfactory just to, you know, allow it for 1 year. If we don't like it, we stop it. If we do, we continue it. And maybe over time, I'll have a better set of template conditions. I'm, you know, definitely going by the impact, or I'm sorry, the input from all of you guys. So that is helpful. Thank you.
So,
oops, wrong ones. But I guess, sorry, I can pull it back up. Were these conditions that I just added, were these okay? Anything else you guys would want to see?
you're okay with me.
They're okay with me.
Okay, so then, does any commissioner wish to make a motion to approve or deny the order conditions for NOI 2418 at 24 Little Harbor Road with the conditions as read into the public record by the conservation agent or written into the public record by the conservation agent? Okay, I'll do it. I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions for NOI 2418 at 24 Little Harbor Road with the following conditions as shown on screen and entered into the public record by the conservation agent. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Thank you. We'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Duncan Fernando.
Sergeant Fire, nay.
That wasn't clear.
Yeah, nay.
Nay, okay. Steve Magnell cannot vote because he hasn't heard all of the hearings. So Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valeria Romano. Can't hear you at all. Valeria. Valeria,
Valerio,
I'm sorry, Valeria Romano, aye.
thank you. Tom Bell, aye. That goes passes.
I think it's 4-1-1 if Steve abstained.
Oh yeah, 411. Thank you. I'll also make a motion to issue a variance for work as shown on the plan within the 50-foot buffer and the coastal bank. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Fernando,
Sergeant Fire, nay.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Ano,
Valeria Romano, aye.
passes 4-1-1.
Then, Tom, I would vote on a variance for the use of herbicides. We did the same with the other project.
Like good idea. So I move to issue a variance for use of the herbicides, glyphosate and what's the other one? Trichophyllor or fire? What? Charlotte, name the other herbicide,
Glyphosate and triclopyr.
for work within the coastal bank. Do I have a second?
Second,
Take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Fernando,
Sergeant Fernando, nay.
McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Gloria Romano,
Valeria Romano, aye.
Bill, aye. That vote passes 4-1-1. After a long hearing, the public hearing for NOI 2418 at 24 Little Harbor Road is now closed.
I just want to thank the commission for their very thoughtful consideration. I think this was a fantastic conversation. I know it's a difficult one, and I really look forward to showing you that this can be an absolutely successful project with a huge improvement to the diversity and stability of the coastal bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're
Thank you.
really going to be watching, obviously, and we really hope that this is a great success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the results of the public hearing for NOI 2332 at 175 Lambert's Lane. Charlotte, are the applicants here?
Okay, hi, sir. I don't see Glenn unless he wants to raise his hand. But feel free to go ahead.
You. I don't think Glenn is going to make it. I'm not sure if Gary is on.
Gary Baldino?
Yep.
Oh, there he is. Yep.
He may want to join or just listen in, whatever his preference is. Wait till
Charlotte, when you get a sec, can you give me permission to share screen?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Did people not have that? Oof. It's okay. I've been the only one sharing screen until now. Should be all set.
Thank you. Well,
And Gary will stay in the audience, Sarah.
Okay, that's fine. Just, it's hard to know who's out there on this end of things. We only see the commission panel. So unless I'm texting someone, I don't know if they've joined or not. So anyway, thank you all and good evening. Once again, Sarah Stearns, a professional wetland scientist with Beals and Thomas, and joining me is my colleague, Mary Kate Schneeweiss, and she'll be controlling the screen while I chat. I thought since it's been so long since we last spoke of this project at Cohasset Golf Club, I'd just give a very brief overview, and particularly in light of the new commissioner to get him up to speed. We've only had one hearing on this project, so if the town has adopted the Mullen Rule, I think the new commissioner, Magnell, should be able to vote. So
Excuse me. Sorry, I just need to interrupt. I need to recuse myself from this.
Yeah.
For you.
We still have a quorum. Steve won't be able to vote either because he hasn't been here from the beginning of this when it was read into the public record.
does the Mullen Rule not apply?
That's what?
It could apply, but Steve was just sworn in, so we didn't send him all the stuff to catch up on for, yeah.
Okay.
But we still have a quorum, so.
Great. And Mr. Chair, just so you know, your microphone is very fuzzy and breaking up, so it's a little bit hard to hear you.
I'm not sure what's going on with it. I've been playing with it to try to troubleshoot it, but.
Yep. Just in case I ask you to repeat yourself, that's why. Okay, so getting back to the projects, and also just before I start, and really just in respect of the commission's time, I thought tonight, if it pleases the commission, we'd give an overview, kind of let you know what we've been working on and where we are, and maybe get some feedback about next steps. Obviously, we're not anticipating a decision tonight, so we plan to continue this discussion, and I think we're not going to solve all the world's problems on this tonight, but we could maybe just make some forward progress. So I will kind of give an overview. Mary Kate has the property aerial map on the screen, and just to orient everybody, the large pond that Mary Kate is pointing to is the subject pond that the club is proposing to dredge. This, as a reminder, is a human-made pond that was built in the 1940s era to support irrigation storage for the golf club itself. It's approximately 3 acres and it's about 10 feet deep, 12 maybe at the deepest point, as confirmed by our bathymetric survey. This pond has been dredged in the past. 30-ish years ago, I think Glenn said at our first meeting. This is a regular maintenance practice for ponds that are used for this type of irrigation storage to help maintain water quality and the volume that is dependent on for irrigation at the club. This pond does have an inlet from a manipulated or managed ditch elsewhere on the course, and an outlet that outlets into a very large BVW and eventually to Turkey Hill Run. There are a few goals here to remove the accumulated sediment over the past few decades, and as I said, to increase water retention and conveyance, and also water quality and flood control, and also aesthetic improvements as sort of an add-on there. So at our last hearing, we received a lot of feedback from the commission and the agent, and we've spent, the club actually has spent quite a bit of time investigating alternative options. I know there was some concern, and Mary Kate, maybe we can go to the color-coded plan in our plan set that was originally, I think maybe even the next one. Okay, so I think what I really wanted to convey to the commission tonight is that Glenn from the club has taken quite a bit of time investigating alternatives. So the original plan is labeled alternative A on our left, and I will get into the secondary alternative in a second, but just to kind of recap, we have the resource areas color-coded. Blue is bank, green is BBW, yellow is riverfront area, and the pink is the buffer zone to the pond. And so we did itemize the impacts with the mechanical or traditional or conventional dredge, where the pond would be dewatered and sediment controls would be put in place. Material would be removed from the pond bottom just by excavator, either in the pond or from the bank with a long reach, into trucks to be deposited in their upland disposal site. And we talked about perhaps not having the staging area in the buffer zone and exploring different alternatives that may be less impactful during the construction period. So I am not the expert on this methodology, but I will do my best to explain it. But essentially, alternative B is something that's proposed by a different contractor that Glenn has spoken with several times. They have visited the property several times and come up with a plan that we'd like to present to you to see if it's something that we should continue to explore. So this secondary option is a hydraulic dredge program where ultimately the jurisdictional impacts are very similar, just because we're accomplishing or trying to accomplish the same goal by removing the accumulated sediment on the pond bottom, but the methodology is different. So in the case of this hydraulic dredge, this is a company that has specialized equipment where the pond does not need to be dewatered. It is done from the water surface and could be done really any time of year, but obviously I think the club would prefer to do it in their off season, just without people on the property. But work, within the pond and the ultimate removal of the accumulated sediment is similar, but the construction period adjacent impacts would be negated or reduced because it doesn't require as much staging, doesn't require dewatering, and it eliminates the need to draw down the irrigation pond toward Turkey Hill Run temporarily. We have also made a couple of changes. If you want to go to the next slide, MK. Yep, thank you. And this may be a little hard to see, but we did submit this via PDF to Charlotte. So she does have these materials that she could pass along to the commission as well, if you'd like to review them at your leisure. But again, just kind of doing a comparison, side-by-side comparison, ultimately, of the two alternatives here, just to give you a visual. One of the things that we went back and did was alter the grading scheme in the alternative B to work around. There's a ledge, I guess we're calling it an island, that has been excluded, and a shelf has been included in the bank of the pond to create additional stability. And it's also something the club was interested in just from a safety aspect. The haul road to have trucks running sediment up to the disposal area has essentially been eliminated in this alternative B, where the conveyance system is really done from a pump. So there's a piece of equipment that is a flotation, it's on the water surface. It essentially pumps this accumulated sediment into a pipe that sends it to the sorting facility that's in the upland disposal area, and then water is sent back to the pond. So it's it's obviously a little bit more complex than that, but just to give you an overview of what the idea is. And again, we submitted some materials from this particular vendor in our packet for the commission to review. But essentially the idea is to eliminate or reduce the construction period impacts. And I think that was kind of a big concern the last time we spoke. So this is, again, just something that the club is investigating, and we wanted to come to you tonight and just really get some feedback on the possibility of this. I also just wanted to mention that since we last spoke, the club did receive their Section 401 water quality certificate for dredging from Mass DEP. There's also a MEPA certificate that has been issued for this project. And in our packet, we submitted a brief narrative, a stormwater management report, these revised plans with these excerpts that we're seeing on the screen right now, as well as I mentioned, some of the materials from the vendor related to the hydraulic method of dredging. So I'll pause there. I know I just kind of put a lot out there, but just want to be respectful of everyone's time tonight and just kind of give you an update where we've been going with this and what we've been talking about and trying to address what we talked about at our last discussion.
I understand it. Tell me if my microphone is fuzzy. I understand it. The hydraulic method will recirculate the fluids. Essentially, you're separating the solids from the liquid when you're putting the water back in the pond. At the same time, you're dredging. So it raises the issue of turbidity and a discharge of turbid water to Turkey Hill Run. I don't think that was an issue if you were going to drain the pond. So that's a significant impact that we hadn't had to consider prior to this. Can you comment about that?
Sure. And again, I think, bottom line is there are pros and cons with each method. And I think we together just need to talk about all of them. And I think you were talking about discharging turbid water and what effect that may have with Turkey Hill Run, if I heard that correctly. Yes, I think so. In talking with the contractor about that, because we had the same question, their solution to that is setting up almost like a forebay where the discharge comes out almost as far away from the outlet to Turkey Hill Run as possible, because that's where the pipe would come down. Having that a setup of multiple sediment curtains throughout the pond area, working in sections and also at the outlet. We had shown, I think, in the plans, at a minimum 2 turbidity curtains at the outlet. And I think the idea is to work, sort of divide up the pond into quadrants almost, and have each turbidity curtain within the pond in each of those quadrants as they're discharging as well. Because, it is something that we had brought up to the contractor as well when we met with them.
So clay particles are 2 microns and less. It's hard to imagine how you might set up a curtain that has a 2 micron passage.
Yeah, I mean, I think with any kind of dredge project, the goal is to not have a major sediment plume, movement downstream. I think realistically, everything is put in place to avoid that. However, there's sediment already washing down into this stream bed just as a normal sediment transport on a daily basis in any pond that has an outlet to a stream with any kind of conveyance that goes through it. So I think we're just, the goal is to not make it any worse than what's happening today by way of construction. So I think, again, open to discussing other alternatives for sedimentation control with either or both of these alternatives. But, I think that the idea of that is to just, maintain what's happening today.
It's feasible to partially drain the pond so that during the hydraulic dredging, you are putting the water back in, and it will naturally settle in the pond before the pond rises to the outlet again.
Mm-hmm. That's certainly a possibility. We thought it was a pretty interesting take on things, and it's, the methodology is very different from the typical mechanical dredge. And so I think we're really just interested if the commission would prefer us to explore one or the other, or continue to explore both, and kind of continue to compare construction period impacts. Again, the final product is very similar to the proposed. So, and I think that, the club was concerned initially with this hydraulic method that it may be cost prohibitive, not having done something like this before. But I think it, after talking with the contractor and exploring this, I think that it is certainly within the realm of what the mechanical dredge will cost. So I think, both are in play, certainly, for continued discussion.
I think it's a good alternative if you can address limiting the turbidity of the discharge on Turkey Hill. I think a large discharge of even they're probably looking at silt and sand, which is probably not a big deal, and probably not a lot of discharge to Turkey Hill naturally. But to introduce turbid water that's got suspended clay, and it's a different matter altogether. Certainly, there are hopes that they're probably in vain, but nevertheless, there are hopes that there would be a herring run here, and as small as it is. So if that were to be discharging during the spring or whatever, I don't know when you plan to do this, but if that were to be discharged during the spring, that would have a negative impact on any herring that tried to run up Turkey Hill.
Yes.
No, there is no run, but there probably was historically, and the state is trying to restore as much herring spawning habitat as possible. So I would say that I like the idea of a hydraulic dredge situation better than emptying the pond and getting in there with excavators, but only if you can control the discharge of turbid water.
Agreed. And we can bring that back to the contractor and see what kind of solutions that they can bring back more specifically for the commission's review and discussion. And in terms of time of year, I think, the club is open to doing it whenever is sort of dictated. I think that, and Charlotte, maybe you remember if there was a comment letter during the MIPA process from Division of Marine Fisheries, I believe, about
Yep.
suggested time of year, which we would obviously.
Yeah, they,
comport with.
I'm looking for the letter right now, actually, but I had written down initially that they wanted the work to be performed between summer and early fall. I don't know if that's accurate, so I'm trying to confirm that in the letter.
Yeah, whatever
I
it
could have
is.
said outside of summer and fall, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, I agree. It's been so long, I've now forgotten the details of it, but just, you know, for the commission's information, that time of year is certainly something that the club is happy to comport with. And I think it makes more sense for their operations as well. I don't think this is a type of project that would be undertaken during the spring or summer seasons. So, happy to either try to answer any further questions or take any questions back to the contractor or the club.
There are additional permits that would be necessary for hydraulic dredging that you have to address.
The only remaining permit we would need beyond an order of conditions, hopefully, is an Army Corps of Engineers dredge permit, and that is being applied for now.
And no doubt they have a section about turbid water, I suspect.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, and that is a PCN, I believe, given the size of the dredge, so that'll be a pretty intricate review, I would assume, as well.
If any other questions or concerns, tell us what you think about the alternative. If you have an opinion.
Tom, just quick, for the Division of Marine Fisheries in the ENF certificate, it does say a 2 to 4 month work window as anticipated, with work proposed during summer and early fall when pond levels are drawn down. Existing marine fisheries and resource habitats are outlined, and then their recommendation was to develop a plan to ensure the containment, siltation, and avoidance of impacts to downstream eel and smelt habitat. They wanted turbidity curtains, erosion control measures. So I have a recommendation, obviously, to work with Division of Marine Fisheries to finalize any necessary additional, turbidity and erosion control measures that aren't already shown on the plans. I think for summer and fall, I guess that kind of makes sense when the water levels are lower. They didn't specifically mention a time of year restriction in their letter, but I think that makes sense when the water levels are lower.
Yes, and I think that's what the club is planning on as well.
Yeah.
Closing the outlet and discharging at least some of the pond water to Turkey Hill Run. I believe Turkey Hill Run, does it bypass the pond? I think it does. I think it's hydraulically connected, but the Turkey Hill Run itself does not run into the pond and
Right.
and back into Turkey Hill. So
Correct.
it's isolated.
One thing I didn't mention, we did initially talk about cleaning out the inlet and the outlet channels to and from the pond, and we have eliminated that work as well. So the grading and sediment removal is just limited to the human-made pond at this stage now.
Commissioners, any other comments? Questions?
I had a quick question. If what about, I assume there's frogs and turtles and other wildlife in the pond. And so the alternative A, the dredging a foot lower than the current bottom of the pond, right? 11 feet, but you're actually dredging out a foot of the pond. And alternative B seemed to address aquatic life and sorting them out and putting them back in so that they're taken care of. I don't see any in the materials, any way that alternative A, the principal request dealt with aquatic life. It seems like it's going to be pretty harsh. It's just going to like dig up the bottom of the pond. And
yeah.
So anyway, that's my question. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. In other dredge projects that we have worked on, in similar circumstances, we have seen as the pond is dewatered, you tend to see that sort of a migration of the reptiles and amphibians that are living in that area, and they on their own scurry out of there, for lack of a better term. And both alternatives are removing that accumulated sediment on the bottom. And one does it with water in the pond and one does it without water in the pond. And so, like I said before, there's pros and cons. We can have someone being on watch for wildlife and removing it before equipment, gets to that area. We've done that on projects, all different methods of kind of making sure things are getting out of the way and out of harm's way.
That sounds like a great condition or way to resolve this. Just have somebody looking out for wildlife and taking care of it while it's happening.
Yep.
I guess I have one other question too. Alternative B, you add food grade polymer to the water to bind, I guess, the sediment. Is the alternative A, do you have any additional stuff that you add, or is it just mechanical dredging?
It's pretty, for lack of a better term, old school. From my experience, it's really just, getting in the mud and scooping it out. I know from past experience on a recent dredge project that, and I should preface this too, both contractors for both alternatives have offered to come to these meetings and talk to you more specifically about their own methodologies. Because while Mary Kate and I and Glenn have worked with these folks on different things in different circumstances, we are not the ones doing it. So I think,
sure,
if that's something that the commission would find helpful, we can relay that back, and they can certainly either provide information or join a meeting too and discuss some of the specifics with you all.
Thank you.
Also just wanted to mention that the contractor for the mechanical dredge, for anyone who has worked, and maybe Charlotte, and anyone else who may have crossed paths with Sumco Eco Contracting, they are a very well-respected contractor who is, gets down and dirty on these types of projects, which can be certainly messy, but they have a phenomenal reputation of being environmentally conscious. They are highly regarded for their work in sensitive areas along the coastline, in resource areas like this. They have a phenomenal reputation. So, even though we're talking about heavy equipment, it's used sparingly and with extreme oversight and a nod to being eco-conscious, and I can certainly vouch for that. So I know it sounds aggressive and harsh in some ways to just, have heavy equipment in these areas, but I will say that their approach is, not a typical contracting approach.
Comments? So, if the strings of your presentation is complete, then we of course would invite you to continue until a later date to come back to us. I think our message is clear enough that we're willing to entertain, listen to the hydraulic solution. Alternative B, and we just need to know more.
And that's great. Thank you. I think that was kind of the guidance that we were looking for. Should we continue down this path? The other, question that I would pose, and I don't necessarily need an answer right now, but just something to think about while we gather our thoughts for our next discussion. If there's a way to have an approval for alternative A or B with certain conditions, and staying in contact with the commission. If the club, we still have another permitting process to go through, and they may not get to it for another year or whatever, whatever their schedule is. And I'm wondering if the commission is interested or would entertain some kind of order that could approve both with the continued contact through Charlotte as to which alternative the club ends up choosing for whatever reason, timing or whatnot. But just again, how to proceed down this permitting path the best way possible. And again, I don't need an answer tonight, but just something to maybe think about as we continue.
Sarah, for
Thank you.
continuance, are you okay with, I believe August 22nd is our next hearing. The following hearing is the week of Labor Day, so I'm just going to caution that quorum might be an issue, just people on vacation, coming back from vacation, etc. So is August 22nd appropriate, or do you want to go with another date in September?
I think I'm gonna say September is probably
Okay.
better for the club. They're just really in a very busy season themselves right now, and I would like, to be able to give either or both of the contractors enough notice to provide the level of detail of information that I think would be helpful for our next discussion. I don't really want to come
Okay.
back again and have the same conversation we had tonight. I'd rather get a little bit further every time we meet, so extra time would help.
Okay. How about September 19th? I would just caution September 5th because I cannot be confident we'd have a
Yeah.
quorum.
Yep, and we're already limited on this project, so that
Yep.
I think is probably fine.
Okay.
Public hearing for NOI 2332 at 175 Lambert's Lane is now continued until September, what did you say, Charlotte? September what?
19th.
19th. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Have a good night.
Better. You not. Charlotte, is my microphone working better?
No, sorry.
Steve, you might have to come over and help me. Okay, next is the resumption of public hearing for ANRAD 2422 96 Pond Street. Woodland Resource Area delineation has been continued from 7/25/24. And I'm recusing myself. So, Chris, would you run the meeting, please?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Charlotte, sorry, did you introduce it? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, should I promote Peter, Adam, and Carolyn and Brad?
Yes.
Peter McNulty?
If he would like to be promoted.
Yes.
You certainly can invite him. But this presentation is going to be principally done by Brad and Caroline.
He might stay in the audience, but if you guys could quickly introduce yourselves for the record, go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Adam Brodsky. I'm an environmental and land use lawyer with an office in Hingham. I'm here this evening representing the applicant, the McNulty Realty Trust, together with Brad Holmes, our professional wetland scientist from ECR, as well as Caroline Reese, professional engineer with Merrill. This is an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation and ANRAD associated with the unimproved portion of a 40-foot right-of-way abutting the client's property at 96 Pond Street. And I just want, and this is principally for people in the audience, and we are not proposing a project at the present time. We are just through this exercise seeking to confirm the wetland resource areas in and around the project locus. And with that, I'll turn it over to Brad and with Caroline to assist. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the commission. Brad Holmes with ECR. Caroline, would it be better for you to pull up your site plan? Thanks.
May I share the screen?
Yep.
There we go. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, members of the commission. Working with Merrill engineers and land surveyors, we've located the limits of vegetated wetlands along this stretch of the property off of Pond Street. If we work from left to right or from west to east. There's a bordering vegetated wetland system that we've delineated. Here is the A series wetland. This is an undeveloped forested lot. The wetland system continues to the east. There's also a section of bordering vegetated wetlands just off locus to the southwest that we've hit the edge of. It's located on the other side of an access driveway. If you move further to the east, there's a grass swale that drains to basically a catch basin system. Because this grass swale originates from a bordering vegetated wetland, it's a jurisdictional wetland because it would be an intermittent stream when it's flowing. So therefore it would have an inland bank on either side of that swale. That's been delineated and located here. And if you keep moving further to the east, there's another bordering vegetated wetland system that we've located that's marked as the C series wetland. That wetland clips a portion of that right of way. And we did get comments from Charlotte, and we've coordinated with Charlotte since we've submitted the ANRAD application. That wetland, this C series wetland system, further into or north of where we delineated the wetlands, is mapped as a potential vernal pool in the Mass GIS mapping system. So what we've done is we've gone back to the site and located the mean annual high water or the water staining of that wetland system and marked that here as the limit of the potential vernal pool. That would have to be analyzed during the vernal pool season to see if that area is truly a vernal pool and it contains the physical and biological criteria to be a vernal pool. But we've mapped it as far as the limit of the water body, so that we know where that potential limit of exists within the wetland system. It doesn't extend beyond the limit of the vegetated wetland. So as Mr. Brodsky explained, we're not proposing any activities in this application. It's to confirm the location of the wetland flagging as we placed on these 3 series. We have been able to coordinate with Charlotte and respond to comments. And with that, I'll bring it back to the members of my team if I've missed anything, and then open to the commission.
Yeah, I certainly have nothing further to add, so happy to answer any questions from the commission. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the applicant property is the parcel E7-48-008. That's it.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm a little why are we looking at these delineations on other properties?
Mr. McIntyre, this is an undeveloped right of way here, and we're exploring improving that to provide access to the property.
Understood. And Charlotte, what's the what does council kind of direct us on approval of wetlands delineations? Can we for right of ways, is it same as the property, or is it or do we, I know that there was that's come up in the past.
Yeah, so I think with yeah, I think in terms of right of ways, and I think Adam can speak to that, I did send Adam's letter back to me with some of my comments about that to town council. Town council said it was their opinion that the right of way does look like it's you know, owned in affiliation with this 96 Pond Street property, which I admit I didn't really see before, so first time for everything. But you know, as we've done for other ANRADs, town council, and I would also, you know, agree with town council on this, would advise not looking at the delineations and flags and buffer zones affiliated on other properties that are not the right of way or 96 Pond Street. I mean, they're definitely good for reference here, but I did prepare some draft conditions if the commission sees fit to approve the delineation. I would recommend, with town council's opinion, to also not approve any flags or buffer zones that are on abutting properties, not related to the right of way or 96 Pond Street.
Okay. Other commissioners, Valerio, you have any comments, or
No, I don't have anything. I've just been following.
Sanji? Anything?
No, nothing here.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at a plan. I've typically, do we not do a site visit for this sort of thing, Charlotte? Or I mean, I trust Brad, but I mean,
Yeah, based on memory, we haven't done the site visits for ANRADs. I admit, as you guys know, my situation with my injury, I haven't been able to walk this site in particular, but we usually walk sites in relation to NOIs, but that's just historically what we've done.
And maybe we can ask a clarification, like if the project were to proceed, the applicants would have to come back for an NOI. Is that how I might understand it?
That is correct. If we have a project, we would have to submit a notice of intent to seek authorization for that work. The purpose of this is simply to delineate the wetlands, which are fairly obvious in this context.
Brad, can you speak more to the potential vernal pool location? Is it
Sure. Yeah, so in the eastern limit of the site, there's a wetland system that extends further to the north. When we delineated the wetlands, we weren't aware of the exact right-of-way boundaries, but the wetland is fairly well defined. There's some stone walls there, and it slopes down somewhat. Within that wetland system, the bordering vegetated wetland system, there's a shallow ponded vernal poolish area that extends further to the north. MassGIS designates that area as a potential vernal pool. The way they designate potential vernal pools is by aerial imagery, not by field verification. So what we've done is we've located the edge of the water staining within that wetland system. That's the limit of where the mean annual high water of flooding exists, not the extreme, but the average. And that would be a scenario that would be needed for review during the spring season to see if it contains vernal pool species and holds water long enough. But we've identified it so that we know that that potential resource area is there and it may need some additional review. And it's entirely within the wetland system as you see the C-series flags.
I'm curious where this right of way goes, because it seems to just extend sort of northeast onto private property. So I guess
It connects to South Main Street.
Let's see. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chair, we have two comments. I don't know if you wanted to move on from commissioner comments if everyone's all set.
Yeah, does anyone else have a comment in the commission? No? Yeah, you can go ahead and read the comments, Charlotte.
Okay. And Dylan Brown, representing the 100 Pond Street condos, said we'd like to comment on 96 Pond Street application. So I guess I can promote him to speak, but there's a simple question first, which I'll read from Brad Phillip. And Brad, if you can follow up, please, with your address, that would be great. But should I just read it, Chris?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. What does the green outline represent?
Those are buffer zones from the wetland systems.
Yeah, so the 50 and 100-foot buffer zone from each wetland system, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
It's probably easier to promote him. Hi, Dylan.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great. Am I all set to go, Charlotte?
Yes, and I'll just quickly follow up. Brad was from Unit 82 on 100 Pond. Thank you, Brad.
So, good evening, members of the commission, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dylan Brown. I'm an attorney in the law office of Marcus Arrigo, Emmer and Brooks, and my office represents the 100 Pond Street Condominium Trust, which is a 40-unit residential condominium located at 100 Pond Street, which directly abuts the proposed site here at 96 Pond Street. And I believe that there are a number of unit owners who are attending tonight's hearing as well. And first and foremost, now, while I completely understand that the purpose of tonight's hearing is limited to wetland delineation purposes, and council has indicated that there's no proposed project before the commission this evening, I think it's important that the commission understands that the condominium trust fully believes that the goal for this project is to construct a roadway through condominium property right down the middle through the proposed right-of-way that we see here. Specifically, 96 Pond Street is not a unit located within the condominium, but rather a landlocked parcel located adjacent to 100 Pond Street. However, 96 Pond Street doesn't have any legal right to use the private roadway of Pond Street itself. Therefore, in order to make any residential use of this property, whether it be to sell, develop, or like I said, use it for residential purposes, the applicant's going to have to rely upon a 40-foot right-of-way that it has over condominium property, which extends down to South Main Street. Now, the problem with that is that the 40-foot right-of-way, which is shown on an unrecorded plan that's dated back to 1954, authorizes virtually no use of 100 Pond Street itself on condominium property. Therefore, the applicant is going to have to construct an entirely new roadway over condominium common area, over unit owners' driveways, and then clear an abundance of vegetation and trees, which currently provide the association with buffering and privacy from the abutting properties. For those reasons, in order to make use of this right away, whenever the project is to become before the commission, the applicant is going to require an extraordinarily amount of municipal relief, which we believe to probably come from the building department, as well as the planning board and possibly the MBTA, because after bulldozing through condominium property and creating a roadway, the applicant's going to require use of the next roadway, which is Cecito Lane, which is a completely narrow roadway that actually crosses over the MBTA commuter rail line. So we also think that there's probably going to be some sort of relief from the state through the MBTA in order to construct a roadway like this. And again, while we are completely cognizant of the fact that there is no project before the commission this evening, and this is simply for wetland delineation purposes, we believe that this is just the first step in what's sure to be a hotly contested permitting process. And for those reasons, we're asking that the commission continue this matter, not render any decision until further relief has been granted, because again, we believe that the goal for this property is going to be constructing a roadway through our client's property. Thank you.
Mr. McIntyre, it's Adam Brodsky. Can I respond briefly?
Yeah.
You have no project in front of you. There's no reason to continue this matter for determinations of any future permitting. And the condominium association is playing a little bit fast and loose. They know exactly what we're proposing to do here because we asked them for an easement to connect to their roadway, so we would not have to alter any of their buffer zone. And they declined. And so this is just the first step in delineating the wetlands. So we'd ask that you please close the hearing this evening and issue an ORAD confirming these lines. Again, we're always happy to speak with the condominium association, but I just wanted you to know that they're being a little bit disingenuous this evening. Thank you.
Understood. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate the your input, but again, as Mr. Brodsky points out, we're only being asked to look at the wetlands delineation here, and that's it. And we've worked with Brad Holmes on multiple projects, and I have faith in his professional abilities as a wetland scientist. I have no reason to doubt that the accuracy of his work here. So I have, you know, there's not continuing doesn't really make much sense to me. If they do propose a project to go over these wetland resources and these buffer zones, it'll get much more in depth, and we'll have much more discussions, and there's no guarantee that anything would ever happen as a project. But for now, we're only being tasked with reviewing these wetlands delineations, and as I say, I don't have any doubt that, you know, the professionalism of Brad Holmes. So I have no reason to doubt it, and I don't need to go look at it myself because I'm not a wetland scientist myself. So I wouldn't have any real reason to question what he's flagged here. Does any other commissioner have a comment in response to either of the lawyers?
Mr. Chair, we also have a hand raised in the audience. So just wanted to note that too.
Can you address, or if you have a comment, please put your name and address in the comment bar, and we can address your.
Okay, so have them use the Q&A feature. Don't promote them to speak. Okay. Ms. Harris, I think I see your hand raised in the audience. Can you type your question in the Q&A feature, please? And if you can include your name and address, that would be great. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, we are coming up on 20 minutes and I'm terrible with time tonight, but had some tough projects ahead of us.
Yeah. So if there's no other question or comment from commission, then I make a motion to.
Oh, sorry, Chris, I will just, she did put her comment in. So she wrote, Holly Harris, number 80, 100 Pond Street. I think that was a typo, 100 Pond. Can the vernal pool issue be resolved prior to spring evaluation?
No, I would say it can't. The only way to verify a vernal pool is through field observations of the and it has to meet the criteria that is pretty well stated in the regulations as to the species present, and the duration of, you know, water. Brad Holmes, you can elaborate on that if you would.
I agree. We located it as potential so that the commission knows its presence. We wouldn't be able to confirm until we evaluate the period of water holding and does it contain the biological criteria. So we can't do that until the vernal pool season starts again in early spring.
Okay.
And then just a quick follow-up question: if they shouldn't the matter be continued until that can be resolved?
You've already, if it were a true vernal pool, the line doesn't change. We've already located the limit of it. And
Right.
So the delineation criteria won't change.
Yes, the buffer zone restrictions would change, but the extent of the wetlands wouldn't change. So I think yeah, I would be in agreement with Mr. Holmes on that. And if there are no other comments, then I would make a motion to issue a, sorry, what's the approval of the?
Yeah. If it's all right, Chris, I can pull up my draft conditions real quick. I know it's a little technical, but as a reminder, we were advised to just only approve the delineations specifically noted within the right of way and on 96 Pond. So I can show that if you like. And then for the determination, it's called an order of resource area delineation. You can either approve it, modify it, or deny it. So it's either accurate, modified, or inaccurate. I'm sorry, that's the decision. Those are your choices, but I would recommend modification with the conditions I can show you.
Thank you. Please show them, yeah.
Sorry, Brad or Caroline, I'll take over here. I think you guys can read these pretty quickly, if you guys can see my screen. So basically just approving the flags that are only on 96 Pond and the right of way, and that includes the buffer zones. So just not, acknowledging but not approving the delineation that was done on any abutting property, and that includes buffer zones. And then I'm sorry, Brad, that I missed this, but just because our regulations are very specific about vernal pools, I would just recommend just submitting an updated plan just to show the specific more inward buffer zones, the 1,500 foot for PVP, just because if it is found in the future to be an actual vernal pool, those would have different restrictions than just the regular wetlands buffer. So if we're going to approve an ANRAD, I would just, I know it's a little bit of overkill, but I would recommend just being a little bit thorough here, just because the regulations per our local regs are different. But if the commission you guys can either take or leave this last condition. That's why I highlighted it. So
We can get a revised plan with those additional lines. If they're going to be very similar to the wetland line, but I agree with you, Charlotte. That's a good point.
Yep. Sorry for missing it the first time.
Great. Thank you, Charlotte. And with that, I make a motion to issue a modified ORAD with the conditions on the screen. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Second.
Okay, with the motion and second, I'll take a roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Tom Bell abstains, Steve Magnell. You're muted, Steve.
Sorry, I believe I have to abstain as well, as I was not involved initially.
Oh, we actually didn't have a hearing yet for this one, Steve. We had to continue it for, quorum reasons. So you can vote on this one.
Well, then I'd say aye. Steve McNeil, aye.
And Sanju Fernando.
Sanju Fernando, aye.
All right, with that, then we have a vote of 5-0-1. Is that right?
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.
See you later.
Thank you, guys. Mr. Chair, we still have a hand raised. I don't know if we want to.
Here we go. Is my microphone better?
Better, yes. Sorry, Mr. Chair, we still have a hand raised and, well, they just lowered their hand. Never mind. Okay.
Okay, so my microphone works now?
For now, yes.
It's great.
Okay, good. Thank you. So next is a resumption of the show cause hearing for 81 Fair Oaks Lane, NOI 2303, Stormwater Permit 2303, Buffer Zone Alteration. It's been continued from 7/25/24. So Charlotte, will you bring on the applicant or the actually?
So I'm promoting Josh Britton, who's the applicant for the project, and then Jeff Hassett from Morse Engineering.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Jeff Bassett here, Morse Engineering. With me is the property owner, Josh Britton. He owns the property at 81 Fair Oaks Lane. This is a continued hearing. We discussed it two or three hearings prior, so I'll give you a quick refresh. The project was an addition project that was permitted in 2023. It included an addition off the rear of the house here. The project is complete at this point. We did an as-built recently, and we found that there was a deviation in the rear yard where the limit of work went 430 square feet beyond the permitted limit of work. And on that. So we submitted a request for a minor modification, and we added plantings in that area. We added 430 square feet of area to be planted as mitigation. We presented this to you, and the only comment was that it was noted that this rear area was cleared at some time around 2020, which was prior to the permitting of this project. But it was asked of the property owner if they would replant that area with trees. So the only plan revision we've made since is that we're now calling out 7 trees to be planted in that area. They're a combination of 4 red maples and 3 river birches. And then those are in addition to 10 rhododendrons that will be planted in that area, which were going to be on the uphill side of that area, but we moved them down into the buffer zone. This area that we're talking about, it's restoring naturally anyways. So I think the addition of these trees and the shrubs will really fill it in nicely and quickly. And with that, I'll pass it back to you.
Commissioners, any comments or questions about this?
I don't
So, Jeff, have the, it looks like the trees that have been selected are off of our native tree list. Is that correct?
They are, right.
Okay. And any of the shrubs are, all of your restoration is off the list. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have any pictures of what it looks like right now?
If you give me a minute, I might be able to find some. I know Josh sent me one at one point. I've been out there a couple times, including today, but I didn't take a picture. Yes, here we go. Stop sharing. Okay, so this is that corner of the encroachment, and this is the area here that around 2020, some trees were removed, and you can see it's filling in nicely.
It is.
Yeah, I think in the last meeting, the last aerial photograph we looked at, I don't know, maybe it was in the winter. It didn't look at the screen at the time, but.
Charlotte, you want to bring up your map and take a quick look at that? Do we have anything more recent than?
Only April. Yeah, April is the.
April 10th is where we're at, huh?
Yeah, so I'm not sure when we'll get another flyover. Historically, it's usually like, you know, sometimes October. But I can at least show you what it looked like a few months ago.
Let's have a look.
What was the assessment of the, like, why 7 trees? What was the assessment of trees that were removed? Do we get a number? Are we matching up 1 for 1, or what are we, why 7? Joe?
Well, they're 12 feet on center, which I thought was appropriate, especially the red maples will get quite large. I really don't know how many trees were taken down. It's so overgrown. It was a while ago. But I felt that was the appropriate number to revegetate the area.
There's one flyover, Chris, where I can count some of them. I think it might be this one. You can see 1, 2, maybe it's a different one.
I think it was 6.
Yeah, I think we did. I think 7 was taken from somewhere. Like, I think we counted anywhere from 5 to 7 on average. Yeah, this is, I think you can see it maybe here. This might have been it.
So what's the story on, there's a lot of stacked stone, it looks like, as of April 2nd of 2023. What's the status of that now? Looks like it's very neatly stacked. It looks like somebody's storing building stone or something there for a wall.
Yeah, that was actually placed there. Well, the stone that you're looking at now, that was placed there when the house was built. There was a wall here and a wall here. And now the wall looks like this in this area.
Well,
I think Tom is the giants I can't, what are the trunks? They were cut down into smaller pieces because it was having crisscross applesauce all over the place.
So that's not stone, it's wood?
Yep, that's just all the wood just left there.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking about the wrong area closer to the house. Yeah, out back in the triangular portion is.
So that's all gonna rot. It's probably well on its way by now, so.
All rotted.
Yeah, okay. So commissioners, any comments here, reason to not lift the show cause? So Charlotte, do you have any comments here, why we should or should not lift this show cause hearing tonight? Is there more to be done on this, on the restoration?
If you guys think the restoration plan is satisfactory based off of the deviation for the wall that was built partially within the 100 unintentionally, but deviation's a deviation, and for some of the prior tree removal. So if you guys think that plan, sorry, Jeff, I'll let you pull it back up. But if you guys think that plan's satisfactory, I would recommend closing the show cause. He's pretty much done with the work under the order of conditions in the stormwater permit. The plan was submitted as a minor change approval. So if you guys close the show cause, I can approve it administratively, just assuming you guys don't have any other comments. And then shortly in the future, I'm sure we'll expect a COC request once they finished all the planting.
Commissioners, does anybody object to closing the show cause?
I do not.
No.
Okay, that requires a motion, I suppose, Charlotte, right?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Okay, I'll move to close the show cause hearing for, let me get my script up. For NOI 2302, stormwater permit 2303, 81 Fair Oaks Lane. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Thank you. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell. Oh, wait a minute, has this been continued?
Yes.
Okay, so
yes,
you're gonna have to abstain. Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre.
Valeria Romano,
Valeria Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 5-0-1.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me scroll down. So that is lifted. So, okay, there's no more to say about it, right? That's it.
I would just like to say thank you guys. Moving in, nobody hands you a pamphlet of conservation rules and has lines and everything. And if, we knew everything that we knew now, things would have been different. So just a learning experience. And I would love that if, there was any way to get this information out to people moving into these areas, up front and early on, it would go such a long way. It's something I mentioned to Charlotte, and just thank you guys for the help, but that's it.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. And just a super quick note after that, I'm working at the library on a welcome packet. I tried like a rough draft a year ago, and I actually got feedback from the library that people really liked it. So within the next few weeks to next month, I will be killing a lot of trees, ironically, but to print out a bunch of welcome packets so people can hopefully get a lot of information, not just from conservation, but from other, town departments too. So, but yeah, feedback is definitely appreciated. So thank you.
We're always interested in lightening our load, and it's always a difficult thing to bring somebody in who has inadvertently violated the rules without knowing it. And so we don't want that to happen. They don't want that to happen. So yeah, we're working on that. That's great.
Thanks for your input, Josh.
Okay, next is the resumption of the enforcement order for 280 Beechwood Street buffer zone alteration. It's continued from 7/25/24.
Good evening, members of the commission. I'm Brad Holmes with ECR. On the line, maybe Wayne Sawchuk. I think he's listening in if you see him. So
I see a net, but I'm going to assume that's Wayne.
Okay, thanks. What we've done is we've submitted a restoration completion report to the commission to document that the restoration activities requested and required by the Conservation Commission have been completed at 280 Beechwood Street. I'll share my screen quickly with you so you can see what we're referring to. So Mr. Sawchuk owns the property at 280 Beechwood Street. Since the enforcement order in April, he's been completing the tasks requested by the commission. I was contacted. We delineated the limit of the bordering vegetated wetland to the south of the site. There was some vegetation removal work performed in the buffer zone, and the commission issued an enforcement order requiring 2-to-1 replacement of trees, so requiring 4 trees and requiring native shrubs to be planted in the buffer zone, and spreading of the chips and just stabilization of the site in general. The site is stable. Mr. Sawchuk has spread the chips that were on site, and the area is revegetating very nicely. He's also planted 4 large native trees, 2 swamp white oaks you can see here and here, and 2 red oaks here and here. He's also planted 12 native shrubs consisting of 8 high bush blueberry and 4 black chokeberry within this area that was disturbed previously. So I feel that that Mr. Sawchuk has completed the task as requested by the commission. We've documented that. We've provided photographs as well. So I'm hopeful that the commission can at least close out the enforcement order, and we can monitor it and maintain it as normal. But I think that this task has been completed. So I'll bring it back to you.
Thank you. Charlotte, you have some of those photographs you can show us?
Yeah, I was actually just about to ask Brad if you're able to scroll down.
Yeah.
I think you have like a final completion diagram as well as photos.
Yep. So here's the diagram showing the location of the trees that were planted. This is area that the chips were spread. The shrubs are planted within this general area. This is some
Brad, I'm sorry.
photographs.
Did you have a separate plan though, showing where the shrubs and everything was, or am I confusing it with another project?
We didn't locate all of the 12 shrubs. We located the 4 trees.
Okay.
They're within this area here.
Got it. Okay.
This is an example of one of the red oaks that was planted here. It's a larger 8 to 10 foot tree, 1 to 1.5 inch caliper. These are another red oak with a swamp white oak planted in the background. This is looking west towards the abutting residence. These are examples of the high bush blueberry shrubs that were planted in the area where there was vegetation removal work. You can see the chips that were spread. You can also see that everything's kind of growing back as would be expected. This is an example of one of the swamp white oaks. There's bittersweet vine coming up the trunk of the tree that Mr. Sawchuk removed. We put that in there just to let the commission know that he is maintaining the area and keeping an eye on it. So these photos relate to that, to the overall area here in the buffer zone. There were no impacts in the wetland resource area itself. There are certainly activities in the buffer zone.
Brad, do you have to protect the trunks of these young trees from rodent and rabbit and even deer eating the lower parts of the bark over the winter?
With over the winter with snowfall, yes, possibly. It's a hard thing to manage. You know, once you get if we have a foot or two of snow that persists, we might have some rodent damage. But we haven't had snow for so long, and hopefully we get some. But I don't think it's going to be something that's going to wipe out these trees.
Okay, good. So, commissioners, do you have any comments or further questions? Or any reasons why we should not close out this enforcement order? Okay, Charlotte, do you have some conditions or more to say about this?
It was really just going to be what you guys want. There is no permit currently for this property or for the work. So if you want to keep the enforcement order open for monitoring purposes, you can, or you can close it and just assume that he'll maintain the plantings for 3 full growing seasons. You can also vote to amend it if you wanted any reporting requirements. In other projects or other enforcement orders, we've kept it open for monitoring, but for this one, since it's much smaller than the other orders we've issued for other violations, I mean, it's up to you guys.
Yeah, let's monitor it for at least a year, one growing season. Just
Okay.
just in case we lose. I mean, these are new plantings, and I think that it's probably worthwhile making sure that they survive at least one growing season before.
Okay, so just check in like a year and then bring it back, and then you guys can vote whether or not you want to lift it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be my preference. If
Brad
anybody-
and Wayne in the audience, does that sound good to you guys?
I think so. Mr. Sawchek is pretty diligent about maintaining the property, and he lives nearby, so.
Yeah.
I know he keeps an eye on it. He already has water gator bags on the trees and is maintaining them, so I don't think that will be an issue.
Great. Okay, so we'll see you in a year on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, Brad. Thank you. Thank you, Wayne.
Okay, next is a public hearing for RDA 2414, 337 South Main Street for the removal of diseased trees. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, August 8th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for RDA 2414 at 337 South Main Street. Charlotte, will you introduce the applicant?
Hi, John. Welcome.
Yeah. Hey, sorry, I'm sorry. It's under my wife's name. Somehow she's got Zoom on my computer, so I apologize. And I've been on Zoom about 15 times. I can't get the video going, so I apologize. Excuse me. Long and short is that early in the summer, I noticed that a bunch of trees, the canopies were not developing as I was hoping for. And I thought to myself that a few years ago, I'd engaged Bartlett Trees to look at some of my trees, and he had recommended that I do some emerald ash borer, a proactive remediation, if you will, because he knew they were coming up from Rhode Island. I did that in 2021 and 2022. And lo and behold, this year, looked out and there was a bunch of trees that were hammered by the emerald ash borer. Subsequently, I brought Bartlett out and I brought Save-A-Tree out to look at them, and they both decided that the trees were non-viable. And there's actually a letter from Save-A-Tree basically indicating they are not viable. I could not get the guy from Bartlett to come back to me with it, but that's what it is. In the transparency, the trees came down today, and the reason why I did that, and I apologize for that, it was that they were actually really, really struggling. There's actually a swamp maple that there's a picture I have, I can show you if we take command, is that the swamp maple, the lack of better phrase, the innards had fallen out. And it looked like for no particular reason that tree was not viable as well. And the ash, I'm sorry, the ashes were also, you could see, I have pictures of the trees are really, the branches are really drooping. So given that my son and his friends play out there, and there's a very good chance that, you know, they could fall in that area, I was very concerned about the safety of my son. And some of the trees could actually fall on our house. I was able to engage a firm to remove the trees, Pima, out of Hanover, I believe. They said today was the first day they could get to it. And so, and I apologize in advance, but I actually had the trees removed today. But there was a letter from the guy from Save a Tree, excuse me, Brandon, I think his name, and he said basically, you know, indicated that all these trees are not viable, and that they, you know, not if they'll come down, but when they'll come down. And given that I have a toddler son and his friends playing there, I thought that was a risk I didn't want to take. And for more background, in 2017, I had a pine tree fall on my house and cause several $1,000s of damage. And last year I had a horse chestnut that fell on my driveway and also took out the Cohasset police car. I don't know if you remember, and I'm not sure if you remember that one. So kind of my bias is that, you know, I've had some bad luck with trees falling on my property. These trees were obviously very endangered and not viable. And, you know, again, I have my son and his friends playing out there, and I just wasn't willing to take that risk, which is why when they could do it today, I decided to make a call. And I apologize if I jumped the gun, but I have to say, you know, safety of my son is paramount.
Charlotte, did you see the trees? Were they still leafing at all, or were they completely
Not see them, but I think John, you did give me photos. Did you say you wanted to pull them up, or did you want me to pull them up?
I can certainly pull them up.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. You can share your
As the
screen.
gentleman from Save a Tree says, they were less than 50%. As an aside, a few years ago, like I said, I engaged Bartlett Trees. I may not have said I engaged Bartlett Trees and paid $400 or $500 a year for a few years to actually try to save the emerald ash trees, and they just didn't save. So I'm going to try to pull this up here. Hopefully this will work. I don't know if I can show you my. I'm not a great Zoom guy. Charlotte, can you give me commands so I can show them?
To share, yeah.
Share. Let me know when I'm sharing, and is it sharing?
Not yet.
Okay.
The reason I asked if there was still leaves is because the ash tree in Massachusetts is endangered. Most of the adult trees are probably going to be wiped out, but when they're still leafing, they still have the ability to cast seeds, and the seed banks that they release into the soil may be the only future for the tree. And if the emerald ash borer, current invasion sweeps over and dissipates or even equalizes, those seeds will be the future of the tree species. So
I don't disagree. Again, I've had two arborists basically say that none of these trees are viable. The canopy was below 50%. There was one tree that we were going to try to save at like $500, and then he looked at it and said, "You know what? You've got a huge gaping hole in the top 20 feet or something, and it's just not viable." I mean, trust me, I'd be very happy to save the trees. I'm not trying to be flippant, but it's not like I'm trying to cut the trees down for a great view. The view would be of the train. It's just that the trees are basically gone. They were told they're not viable. If you see, you can't see the pictures, but you can see they're basically the branches are drooping dramatically, and it's actually, I have not done a time lapse pictures, but the drooping has increased dramatically over the last few weeks. I have spent about, I think, $369 with Save a Tree to inoculate, for lack of a better phrase, inoculate other ash trees on my property to try to save them. So, and again, I've spent the money in the past to try to save these trees, and it didn't work, unfortunately. But again, it's a matter of,
you knew you were coming in front of us today, and you're telling us you cut the trees down today. I feel that is rather flippant.
Again, I'm not trying to be flippant. I noticed that the trees were actually failing dramatically. I can show you a picture of the innards of one tree falling out right there.
Yeah, John, sorry to interrupt. I just pulled my screen up, so I'm showing I think the maple that you're talking about.
Yeah, there's an ash maple where that's coming, and as you know, trying to get someone to cut down the trees is very difficult. Get the timing, and again, my children play there. Or my child plays there with his friends, and I was very reticent and not willing, as a matter of safety, to have my child play out there when this tree could hit his sandbox, it could hit where they're playing, etc. There's several trees, and again, it's not like they were savable. They were deemed by 2 arborists to be non-viable, and I can certainly show you the letter from the Save a Tree arborist, basically saying that these aren't viable. I'm happy to, plant other stuff there, but they're not going to save. And again, like I said, there you go, right there. I have spent another $370 to try to save some other ash trees. Trust me, I'm not looking to. I wasn't looking to spend $6,000 to get my trees cut down. There wasn't a view I was looking for. I'm not trying to be flippant, but again, my child plays out there. These trees, it's not a matter of if they're going to fall, but when they're going to fall.
Okay, so we've heard that. I think we've heard your rationale for this 4 times now. So my question is, where are the trees now?
They've been taken away by the Pima.
Okay.
The cutting company.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, but that's a violation.
I certainly wasn't.
Yeah, that's why it would have been better to wait a couple of weeks. If your child's a toddler, I don't understand why he's playing in the forest.
Excuse me?
You said
no,
he's
hold on a
toddler.
second. Hold on. No. Hold on a second, please. 1, he can play where he wants to play. 2, while that's a forest there is green grass everywhere around there. So anywhere those trees could fall, they could fall on him. So you're not seeing that right now, but there's grass all around the place. And 2, he's 4.5 years old. He can play where he wants to play.
Oh, well, he's not a toddler.
I'm sorry. No, listen to me, please. I feel like that's offensive, right? There's the green grass. He can play where he wants to play.
I'm sorry. Let's get back to the trees. They're in the buffer zone. Taking them down, I'm sure we would have approved it, but we would not approve removal.
I did not know that.
Well, can I say about that? We don't approve removal of the trees.
I apologize. I did not know that.
Seems like you could have waited 1 more day here.
Again, as you know, it's very difficult to find someone. And when they said they could come, specifically when I saw the innards of that swamp maple fall out for no particular reason, when I saw the trees sagging, yes, I could have waited, but I didn't know when they would get back to me. As you know, it's very difficult to find someone who can cut trees down. The wait list is very long. And when they said we can do it, I apologize.
But I'll take your word for it. So let's figure out how to move forward here. How many trees have been taken down?
6.
Okay. So ordinarily,
Sorry, John, is that 6 in the buffer or is that 6 total? Because I know you said there's 1 that might be outside of the buffer.
I think a couple were outside the buffer for sure.
Yeah, you show 5 on your plan in the buffer zone, so that's why I just want to confirm.
Has the wetland been delineated?
I have a delineation from a previous submission, so we've done that with other RDAs. You know, this was the plan, I can pull it up again, was from a previous septic project
how
from
old is that?
2015. So the wetlands were delineated back here. Looks like 4 of the trees were within the 100-foot and 1 was in the 50. And I think you said you had one, John, that was over here, that was outside of the buffer zone. So I think for the purposes of the submission, we're just looking at 5 in the buffer zone.
Sure. Yeah, and the red delineate the ash borer trees that are affected, and the one is that the swamp maple, as you saw, that the I'm not an arborist, but the innards, whatever it's called, that fell out on last week, which is when the guy said I can come. I said yeah, because I'm, you know, something like that when it falls out for no particular reason tells me it's a very sick tree. Again, my experience is that I had for my neighbor's house, I had a pine tree fall in my house, 2017. Last year I had a
Let's stay with.
Okay, I'm just giving you an example of like what my experiences inform it.
You've told us that already. It's
okay.
Yeah. So let's figure out how to move forward here, really. How old is that delineation, Charlotte?
Site plan doesn't say, but the plan was prepared in 2015.
So it's at least 2015, so it's out of date.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt if it's moved. Right.
Yeah, I mean, for RDAs, you know, this is what we've done to just mark up existing site plans, you know, but obviously with the disclaimer that the commission can always ask for more, that's in our regulations, but at least for the purposes of tree removal, RDA submissions, we've historically just tried to use what information we already have on the site, and not have like a fully developed, like, you know, engineering plan for tree stuff, you know.
Okay. So we've got to see replacement here. This is probably not the place for an RDA, right? I mean, don't we need to see an NOI here if we're going to require replacement, or can we just
it's
an RDA with conditions?
It's up to you guys. The planting of native species is typically a minor activity in the act, but obviously, you know, you guys obviously have your additional layer of regulations, but I mean, since the work was already done, it's up to you guys. You can require a condition for replacement if you issue a negative, since, you know, or if you issue a positive, you know, he would just have to come back with a notice of intent, or you can do it through enforcement since the work was already done. So you have options. It's just for tree removals, usually we do RDAs with or without conditions, unless you guys feel it needs an NOI.
That sounds like the most streamlined way to go here, right?
I don't think it makes any sense. The trees are already gone. So I think an enforcement order is what makes the most sense, because they're already removed. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, gentlemen, I mean, the trees were dying. It's not if they were going to fall; they were going to fall.
Right.
They were going to fall very potentially. In
talking about what makes sense in terms of the ruling, and since you didn't wait for a determination, doesn't make any sense for us to make a determination.
Yeah, doesn't.
There's no determination to be made because you already cut the trees down.
So it's enforcement is the only thing we can do.
John, you said you'd be willing to plant trees as replacement. I know we hadn't discussed the number, but
yeah,
you
no,
said you're open.
I'm very happy to plant trees. I'm happy to plant one of the things I want to do is plant, they're not trees, but, you know, butterfly friendly shrubs, for lack of a better phrase. You know, I'm very happy to make it much nicer if you can. I'm very happy to replace the trees if possible.
Is there a specific proposal on the number, type, species, and caliber of trees that will be replaced?
No, the submission was just requesting removal for removal. So we, you know, that John said he was open to it, but, you know, we kind of assumed that would be a part of the discussion for the RDA, but this is the only plan that was submitted. not a mitigation plan.
Yeah, I think that's where we need to go with a mitigation plan. And
Okay.
2-to-1 in the 50-foot buffer. 1-to-1, I suppose, in the 100-foot buffer. Some mitigation for removal of the biomass, quite a lot of it, actually.
I have a crazy idea. It's probably nuts, but if they just took the trees away today, maybe they're still on a truck. They could bring them back. And I know it sounds kind of nuts, but it was just today, right? It's only a few hours. Maybe they're still on a truck. They could put them back, and that would solve a big problem here.
It'd help.
At least for the emerald ash borer ones, would that make sense? I understand for the maple though.
Oh, yeah, good point.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not well versed in that, but if it's
good.
infected material, I don't know.
Good point.
They might be on a truck, but I just saw my neighbor have some trees removed professionally. I guess they get chipped right off as they come down. It's definitely worth exploring, but
I mean, this really should have been handled as an RDA with the tree standing. We could have talked about removal of the infected wood. And so I think Chris is right. The way forward is an enforcement order. We need to see a plan for restoration and some mitigation for lost biomass, even if it was biomass that we probably would have likely seen approved removal of. So I think that's the way forward to get this sorted out. The RDA is just is inapplicable here.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying. So look, gentlemen, I get it. I made a decision, and shame on me. I was worried about the safety of my child. These trees are not viable. They're coming down. I'm sorry I did it today. I'm happy to do whatever. But I don't want you to think that I was trying to go around the thing. I filed every application, et cetera. I paid the money, et cetera. So, I gotta be honest, I'm frustrated in the fact that, look, I was trying to do the right thing, right? I mean, there's a lot of emerald ash trees that are just destroyed. And I know you guys think it's light, but I just spent a ton of money doing this. I'm happy to do it, but I feel like I'm getting punished because I was worried about the safety of my child.
How about this, Mr. Chair? Technically, when you submit an RDA, you do have to issue a determination. I know it's now rendered, after the fact, but if you issue I think you can do it. I don't know about through a positive, but if you do a -3 with a condition that a restoration plan has to be submitted within a certain time frame, and if that doesn't happen, you can go to enforcement. So even though he's already done a portion of the work, you can still permit the determination through a set of conditions to require a restoration plan to be submitted to the Conservation Commission within 30 days. I can open up at least a show cause hearing to discuss that restoration plan. And if that is not submitted, or if it's not satisfactory, you can always go through an enforcement order. But you technically do have to issue a determination because it's been submitted as a wetlands permit.
I disagree.
Charlotte, can we ask the applicant to withdraw the application? So
You could do that too.
So if the applicant will withdraw the application, then that would just clear that up, and then we could just proceed with an enforcement order. And then we could just talk about, ask the applicant to come back with a plan of what they're going to do to mitigate the removal of the trees.
That is an option if John is amendable to withdrawing the RDA and confirming that in writing, and I can then follow up with an order.
That doesn't even make sense, Charlotte, because he didn't wait for a determination, and the work is done, so it's not.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying the regulations say you have to make a determination in 21 days. I'm just stating what.
That's why I think we should withdraw.
So we do have to make a determination.
Unless he withdraws it.
Unless he withdraws it, yeah, correct.
He doesn't have an RDA because he cut down the trees, so he could withdraw it, and then we can move on with an enforcement order, right?
If it's withdrawn, yes.
And if it's not withdrawn, then we do have to render a,
I can pull it up, but I'm not familiar with any language about if the work's already done before the RDA is before you make a determination. I mean, yes, it's definitely a violation, but in terms of the actual procedural stuff for an RDA, you have to make a decision in 21 days upon date of submission.
okay.
Well, can we ask the applicant if he'd be willing to withdraw the RDA?
You can do that.
Considering it's no longer applicable?
You can do that.
Will you withdraw the RDA? Can
Yeah,
send an email?
So I'm out of my element here. I'm not quite sure. Look, again, I'm not trying to be a jerk. All I was trying to do was make sure my backyard was safe for my son.
Yeah,
I don't think, the issue of the trees coming down isn't really the primary issue. If you had come before, because you submitted the request 2.5 weeks ago, and then the actual day that you have a hearing is when you take the trees down. If it was such an urgency, presumably they would have come down a couple weeks ago. That being said, the issue is that you removed the dead trees, and that's typically not, they provide habitat for wildlife. And maybe some of them were diseased and we would have talked about it and had those removed as well. But so that's sort of the problem, right? Even if we went back and said, okay, these trees are diseased, we trust, save a tree. The problem is they're gone now. And that's something that we don't usually do within the buffer. So the fact that you were protecting your kid, we get that, but the trees are gone. So
I
that's the
understand.
part that we have to resolve.
Really, the issue is procedural, and we're looking to find the simplest way forward here. If you persist in an RDA, then it complicates things for you and for us. So
yeah,
probably
the same for you.
Probably the easiest thing to do is withdraw the RDA. I know enforcement order sounds terrible, but it's not. Don't worry about that. It just gives both parties, you and us, an opportunity to rectify the situation in the simplest way possible.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Like I would love to have more trees and more shade there.
Well, we're probably going to require replacement of the trees here. And you said you're open to that. That's great. So
yeah.
We can move forward here very easily, I think. If you withdraw the RDA, we issue an enforcement order. You come back to us with a plan to replant the trees, and the case is closed.
So quick question. Does it have to be an ash tree or can it be something better?
Oh, no, not at all.
Obviously, why put an ash tree to get it chewed up again, right?
No, we're not going to require that. We would require trees that are consistent with a wetland buffer and, things like oaks and maples and stuff like that. So
I'm more than happy to put that. I would love to put that. I'd love to improve that area for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that to me, that sounds like the easiest way forward.
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that for sure.
Okay, Charlotte, how would he, what is the process to withdraw the RDA? Just simply.
You can just confirm tonight and then follow up in writing. So John, if you can just send me a quick email that you'll withdraw the RDA. I will issue you an enforcement order in writing tomorrow. And it'll just give you instructions on, submitting a restoration plan to us. And then I will touch base with you about bringing this back to the commission on a certain date. Usually our standard timeline is 30 days. If the commission agrees to that, we issue an enforcement order tomorrow to provide a restoration plan within 30 days. And then whenever you've submitted it, we'll get you on whatever the next agenda is. And then we'll have a discussion about it. You don't need to pay for a public notice. There's no notice to abutters. It's just you give us what the enforcement order requires, and then we just put you back on a hearing. So you don't have to pay for the whole thing all over again. But perfect. I will just be transparent that, for non-compliance with an enforcement order, that may result in fines. So just want to be cautious of that. But if you're willing to work with us, then you won't have to worry about it.
No, I absolutely want to put new stuff in there. And I'm speaking out of turn. I would love to work with you and say, hey, this is what's going here. Whatever. I mean, whatever works.
Yeah, I would recommend, based on the commission's input tonight, I would recommend that you withdraw the RDA, submit an email to me just confirming that. I will issue an enforcement order upon vote of the commission to provide a restoration plan to the commission within 30 calendar days
Perfect.
from the date of issuance,
Okay.
unless the commission wants a different deadline.
No, that sounds good.
And then anything else in the order, or just that?
Just the restoration plan, which kind of follow the our usual rules of replacement. The ratio and the size and the and it needs to come from our list. Be consistent with the surrounding trees, exclusive of the ash trees. There's no point in putting more ash trees out there.
Okay.
Okay, so how do we close this RDA, Charlotte?
Well, you don't. If the applicant's going to withdraw it, you don't.
Okay. All right.
Charlotte, I hereby withdraw. I'll send you an email confirming.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yep.
And then you just have to make a motion to issue an enforcement order with whatever conditions.
Yeah, okay. I move that we issue an enforcement order for 337 South Main Street. The conditions are submit a restoration plan with restoration of 2-to-1 in the buffer zone, in the 50-foot buffer zone, 1-to-1 in the 100-foot buffer. Trees would be selected from the Cohasset Conservation tree list, and also some shrubbery of some sort also from the list to make up for the lost biomass. And the calipers as what the ordinary calipers we select here, Charlotte? 5-inch?
That's up to you guys. Usually our standard is 2 to 3.
2 to 3. Okay, yeah.
Or 2.5 to 3.5. What, we've differed on that.
Yeah. 2 to 3 sounds good. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell. You're muted. You're muted. Steve.
There we go. Steve Magnell,
aye. Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano.
Valerio Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. It passes 6-0-0. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's our first 6 people voting in a long time. Thank you, Steve, for showing up. Okay.
Thanks, John. I'll get that to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Have a good night. Thanks.
Good night, John.
Next is a public hearing for RDA 2413, stormwater permit 2424, 169, 185 North Main Street to improve drainage and ADA compliance. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public meeting on Thursday, August 8th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. The remote participation on a Zoom platform for RDA 2013 and stormwater permit 2424 for 169 North Main Street. I think we'll deal with the RDA first here. Charlotte?
Sure. Hi, Caroline. Hi, Vince. Can you guys just quickly confirm your names and affiliations for the record? And Caroline, you're welcome to share screens too.
Sure. For the record, my name is Caroline Reese from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors, representing the Cohasset Youth Baseball and Softball Association. I'm here with the association member Vince Thornton, and I'll share the screen.
Hi, Vince.
Great. So with regards to what the chair said, should I just talk about the work that is described in the RDA, work in the buffer zone, or you want me to give an overview of the project?
Maybe you should start with an overview of the project so the RDA is in context.
Sure. Sure. If everyone can see this screen, we are proposing some renovations to this ball field site to improve drainage and access for all people, including ADA compliancy. You probably are familiar with this site. We're along North Main Street, 169, 185 North Main Street, which runs to the north. And this is town land and private properties on the west side of town land on the southeast side. But the lot encompasses 3 ball fields that are leased by the Ball Field Association. I'll just call them the association. And I hate when my cursor goes opposite. And they include Chase, Freedom, and Barnes Field. The existing conditions consist of those 3 fields. Barnes Fields is only partially on the screen. Here's a second ball field, here's a third. There are 2 hard packed gravel parking areas, one on the north side and one running north-south on the center of the screen. There is a paved access drive here that connects to the 2 gravel spots, a concession stand, and then there are some existing stands and hard pack pathways leading to viewing areas for spectators. And what we're proposing to do is increase access for all people who have trouble walking. There's some steep hills and rough grass. That includes paving 2 areas of the lot. One is here, it's a little light. Oh, I'm sorry, no, pardon me, apologies, that's existing. One paved spot is over here, and that would provide 1 handicap parking space and an accessible sidewalk. Over here, we're proposing another paved space over the existing hard pack. That would provide 2 additional handicap parking spaces with the accessible path. Leading from this paved parking area on the north, we would pave 2 pathways, creating a ring to provide there'd be ADA compliant to provide access to both viewing stands. And then a third pathway is proposed from the edge of pavement here in the existing handicap parking area to access the Barnes Field viewing area. At this parking spot over here, we are proposing a pervious deck, a viewing stand that is built kind of level with the parking area. It's on a steep slope there, if you can see the light grading lines going down. So that would provide viewing access for anyone who doesn't want to walk down these fields. The 3 stands will be replaced. Right now, they're either on, this one's on hard packed dirt. This one, these 2 had gravel. It's overgrown with weeds. So the gravel will be replaced and pervious stands will be placed on top. And the concrete around the concession stands will be pretty much repaved and repaired within its existing footprint, and it's hard to see, I'll expand, but there's a wheelchair accessible ramp to be constructed here. And just the concrete surrounding, the existing concrete will be graded to provide smooth access. The second part of the project, is to improve access. The fields are relatively, improve drainage on the site. The fields are relatively flat and the soils are well draining, AB soils, but there are pits and dips that where water tends to pool and affects play, mud, and muddy conditions for spectators. So we're proposing some minor grading to kind of direct some of the standing water off the fields. There's a little grading here. And we're also proposing a gravel trench to provide pre-treatment around this paved area. That'll be connected through a catch basin system that will ultimately outlet in the resource area. We also proposed another long trench here to catch runoff that comes down this steep slope and keep it from entering Freedom Field. Both trenches contain perforated pipes and both lead to this catch basin system. To further dissipate some of the flow captured in this catch basin system before it reaches the outlet, we are proposing 2 of the sections of the be perforated pipe. These are buried pipes surrounded by gravel or crushed stone to provide recharge in this area between the field and the hill. I think it'll both reduce flow out of the outlet and kind of provide a place to draw recharge away from the field and off this hill. And we'll provide this, we're asking for the same over here, this section of pipe, another 70-foot section of pipe to be perforated. So a lot of the water that it collects will recharge probably before it reaches the outlet. That's the extent. The outlet, we designed a larger outlet. It is actually a 6 by 8 foot level spreader design. That's basically, to describe it in terms I understand, it's basically like a splash pad, but dug out as a pool. So it can hold water about 3 feet deep and slowly dissipate it into the wetland area. It's also called a level spreader. It's built level, so if it was to overflow, which we don't anticipate, water would dissipate over the entire circumference. And this outlet is located in a wooded fill area, and that is within the 150-foot buffer to the wetlands. So we have applied for RDA determination to construct this level spreader outlet and to lay the outlet pipe within the wetland between the 50 and 100-foot buffer to the wetlands. We have a silt sock surrounding that. The stormwater analysis was to ensure treatment of the runoff, and we it's a very large area. We match pre and post conditions and meet stormwater standards as indicated in the stormwater report. And with that, I'll return it for questions, comments.
Charlotte, do you have any comments about this?
No, not. I did, Caroline did respond to my comments, but in addition to the submission, we did receive 4 letters of support from abutters and residents regarding the improved drainage for recreation of the field, better recreation and enjoyment of the fields, as well as better access and ADA compliance, ability for people with disabilities to access the site. So we did receive a lot of those support letters shortly before the meeting.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments?
I was curious, can you show on the site plan exactly where the increased impervious surface is? It looks like it's like 3,000 plus square feet from the
Exactly. It is these 2 parking areas that will be paved for handicap compliance. So it's this box, I believe that's about 20 by 40. That's about 1,000. We have this area slightly smaller. And then, I'm sorry, I missed a little, well, that is a paved walkway here to kind of access the pervious deck. So, and then with paved walkways, it's here and this loop.
Okay.
So all that adds up.
Is it because it's gravel now? It's the parking is a permeable or pervious surface now, and is that why, or you're yeah, sorry.
The lot now appears to be pretty hard packed gravel. The water seems to pool on it.
Yeah.
In existing conditions. The pavement helps for wheelchair accessibility. It does have a higher CN number. We don't anticipate much change. And we do have a gravel trench, to address the runoff from the paved areas as required for treatment.
Further questions? Okay. So I see why you rolled all this together. I didn't have a chance to review it today. So it looks like I guess maybe we should do the stormwater permit first and then the RDA. So we'll flip this on its head. so you meet all your runoff requirements,
Correct.
and the rationale for this is basically ADA and drainage. I don't see any issues here. Commissioners? Okay, would someone like to make a motion to issue a stormwater permit?
I can make,
Sure.
I think I can make a motion. Are you looking for someone to make a motion, Chairman?
Yes, that's what I'm
Yeah, I'd
asking.
like to make a motion for a stormwater permit. Oh, I'm spacing on the what number are we at?
Stormwater permit 2424.
Thank you. Yeah, it's stormwater permit 2024. I think that's the motion, right? Sorry.
Yeah, more or less. Charlotte, is that good enough?
Sure, yeah, I had no conditions for this one, so go ahead, Sanjay.
Yeah, I've to pose a motion for stormwater permit 2424. I think that was the right number.
And you have some conditions, Charlotte, that are, okay, so it's pretty clean. I'll second the motion. So we'll have a vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Larry Romano,
Larry Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Here we go. 2 unanimous, 6-vote motions in a row. We're on a roll here.
Great.
So with respect to the RDA, we are going into the 100-foot buffer. It looks like a fairly minimal. That pipe's buried, obviously, right?
Correct, yes.
Carolyn, so there will be some disruption of the vegetation. It's a straight line. Did you miss all the trees with your straight line?
No, a colleague from the office worked, it's mostly brush, within the tree line. This represents the canopy. We did not find any trees greater than 6-inch caliper.
Okay,
We kind of directed it in a place we thought would
Okay.
meet that criteria. And we have to extend it so far for elevation. The elevation drops here, so to
Yeah.
get our slopes.
Charlotte, do you have a?
So some smaller trees are coming down. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No, go ahead.
So some smaller trees are coming down. I didn't see that in the RDA application, a description of trees coming down. It seemed like it was.
Yeah, mostly it looks
Grass.
like we call it brush. It looks like more brush and scrub trees, but yes, they're below the 6-inch caliper. It really probably goes here, and we did say would we plant the area, allow the area to, it's a fill area, so it's kind of been like shrubs and yeah, some smaller trees that have grown in there. We'll reseed the area and let it naturally revegetate. We have a maximum width of 5 feet to kind of get the pipe laid. But we need to go that far in to get the slope.
How deep will that pipe be?
I think it looks like it's about 3 feet, 2 feet. I should look at my catch basin detail. I can pull up the detail.
So you're gonna have to do this with a small excavator of some sort, right?
Some sort, yeah. I'm guessing the town will do it. I'm not sure. It's town property, but yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if you guys want to make a condition about trees, either not removing them or flagging them or replacing any, or, whatever you guys are thinking. But since Caroline's showing that supposedly there's no trees that are going to come out, I'm not sure if that's worth a condition or not.
No trees greater than 6-inch diameter. It's like shrubby, whatever you call that.
Oh, why do I come up there?
The only issue with replacing, we could replace, but obviously not right over the pipe. We'll plant some seed there.
Right.
And I'm sure the town would be.
These are all shrub trees that have grown since the town built the fields back in 2002. So there's no historic growth This, as you may recall, was a rock quarry, a
Yeah.
gravel quarry, and that fill was put in. So we're just extending the water flow out a little bit further than where it is now. There is actually a gravel trench to a degree to help drainage, and Sanji may recall as his membership on the board a few years back, you know, the what sort of shrub trees we have back there. So they're not any ash or oak or larger trees by any means. They're all kind of scraggly brush bushes.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the site. There's no large caliber trees in this area, and as Vince said, this was a project reclaiming an area for use, recreational use in 2002.
Charlotte, you want to bring up the near map shot of
Near
this?
map?
Yeah. I don't see any issues, but it might be helpful.
Oh, I have to
Typing
stop
in the
sharing. I'm
address.
sorry.
Sorry, just no, you're good, Caroline. I'm just typing in the address.
Okay, I'm gonna stop, right?
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, so we're coming in, yeah.
Sorry, it's just lagging a bit. It's
Uh,
probably like right down here.
Can you
Exactly, right about to. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have the cursor. Yeah, yeah.
Charlotte, can you turn on the buffer layer?
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't added this yet, Tom.
Oh, you didn't, huh? Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's on my to-do list. I know it takes 2 seconds,
It's all right. No
but
biggie.
it's like probably like here, buffer zone, I would say.
Uh,
This is the where the potential vernal pool is, just it's
Yeah.
much further back,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Okay. So,
Kind of right. Oh, I was gonna say it's pretty much level with the corner Chase Field, I'd say. Which is the field on the left.
So down here,
Charlotte, can you browse over to October?
October 23.
Yeah, whatever. Just yeah. There we go.
there's definitely some trees in there.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
So have you, Caroline, have you guys gone out there and surveyed this in?
We haven't surveyed the trees. We did a visual, Brendan Sullivan walked and just looked for trees with a larger diameter. Do not see any in the area where we're going.
Yeah.
I
When we
think
look
this
at
is
it
a
in,
very instructive view. Yeah, like I've spent way too much time in that corner. I mean, there are large caliber trees, but I could definitely see a path through that.
yeah,
Oh, not that far down. We're kind of over where the
Over here.
solid cursor. Oh, I'm looking at mine up higher. We end before the corner of the field.
Or the corner. Oh, you're only down to here?
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh, I'm
outlet
sorry.
is
If you look
just
at your-
about.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
double check
sorry.
your-
Yeah,
your-
okay.
Like, I think we're off.
So we're
not
trying
at
to
that corner.
cut in, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I thought it was further down, but yeah, so right here.
yeah.
No, it drops off 6 to 8 feet in that corner and you can see the remnants of the quarry, you know, with including old tires and concrete and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
Yeah, not a,
You can see
Well
some of the
kept
rocks
site.
peeking out in there too, where that drop off is.
Yeah. Okay, so so long as you're not taking out any trees larger than 6 inches, then I don't see an issue here.
you want to make that a condition, Tom, with
Yes.
-3, -6 determination?
Yeah, exactly. So does anybody want to tackle one of these negative RDA motions?
I mean,
if we
I'll
come
give it a shot. Oh, go ahead.
if we come across any trees larger than six inches, I will definitely call you before anything is removed.
We learned that, yeah. For sure.
Sanji?
Is it -3 and the -6, Charlotte?
Yeah, -3 would be under the Wetlands Protection Act, -6 is under the bylaw.
Yep.
And then with a -3, you can do conditions in the buffer zone.
Okay, so you're dealing with the RDA 2413 here.
2413. So I move to issue a -3 and a -6 determination for RDA 2413. Is that what you said?
You got it.
With the condition that no trees above 6-inch caliper are removed during the construction.
I'll second that. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Larry Romano,
Larry Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 600.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commission.
Do we have any left on this, Charlotte?
Nope, no variance because they're not in the 50.
Yep, okay. Public hearing for RDA 2413, stormwater permit 2424 at 169, 185 North Main Street is now closed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good night.
Okay. Next is public hearing for stormwater permit 2425 for 35 Ripley Road, hardscaping, landscaping, and upgrades. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, August 8th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. Be remote participation on a Zoom platform for SWP 24-25 at 35 Ripley Road. Charlotte, introduce the applicants, please.
Megan James, representing the town of Cohasset and the library, and Jeff Hassett from Morse Engineering.
All right, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Charlotte. Jeff Hassett here, Morse Engineering. As noted, this is a stormwater permit application for the Cohasset Library. To give you an orientation of the plan, Sawyer Street is located here, Ripley Road is here, and this is the traffic light. This is the library here. We're looking at the side of the library facing Sawyer Street. And currently, this area slopes down to the existing parking lot and to Sawyer. The proposed work that is intended is to put in a patio located here with an ADA walkway.
Jeff, can you zoom in a bit here, please?
Yes.
Or whoever's controlling the plan, zoom in.
So the project is a proposed patio. It will have a seat wall around the perimeter and a pergola located on top of it, as well as realigning the existing walkway. It's here, it's going to be realigned slightly, and then 3 seat walls here, which are 18 inches tall. This project triggered a stormwater permit because it disturbed more than 5,000 square feet of land, which is why we're here this evening. We ran the stormwater calculations and designed a system. We're specifying strip drains located here, here, and here. They will be piped to an underground infiltration system located here in a portion of the lawn that's being regraded and the grade is coming up. We provided the calculations for that, showing that that will reduce the rates and the volumes of runoff. As far as trees, this area is currently lawn. There are 3 trees here that are circled in green that will be transplanted along the edge of the sidewalk. There are no trees that will be removed permanently. And then 7 trees are specified, 3 here, 2 here, and 2 over here. They will be 3.5-inch caliper and native. And then they're also specifying shrubs, 33 of them total, along the edge of the walkway and along the edge of the parking lot. We're specifying the normal erosion controls. There'll be a mulch stock along the down gradient limit of work, silt sacks in the catch basins nearest and down gradient, 1 there and 1 there. And they're also going to put in a temporary fence around the entire project for safety. With these measures and the way it's designed, it's been designed in accordance with the your Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw. Thank you.
Thanks. Charlotte, do you have any additional information to add here, comments?
No, not really. I had some straightforward comments that, you know, the reason why the path has to be paved is obviously for ADA compliance. And then Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we only have a draft landscaping plan, but it was submitted nonetheless. But yeah, that was really it. And then there are wetland resource areas much further down on the property, but they're out of scope for this project. So that's why it's only a stormwater permit.
So what do you mean? This is not the plan, the final plan?
No. I think, do we have a final landscaping plan? I thought we only got a draft.
No, this is the stormwater plan. You know, you would ask for a copy of the landscaping plan, so I sent you the draft.
Yeah,
It's
sorry,
not ready-
landscaping
it's
plan.
draft
Yeah,
because it's not
yeah.
ready to go out to bid at this point.
Correct. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just
But
wanted
as
to
far as
confirm that.
landscaping, all the, you know, we're calling out the size of the trees and they
Yeah.
will all be native.
So it's not necessary for the approval of the stormwater plan.
We do want to see landscaping details on the plan, but Jeff has provided those for the site plan for the stormwater permit, so.
Okay. Commissioners, what are you saying?
Do we have a condition for transplanted plants to have to survive or else be replaced, Charlotte?
Sure. If the town is amendable to that. We don't have those in our template conditions for stormwater permits, but yeah, if the commission wants to add that.
I meant in your draft conditions.
Oh yeah, sorry, I actually didn't have any for this one, since it seemed pretty straightforward.
Any other comments? Sorry, Chris, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments, commissioners? Okay, with that, whose turn is it to make a motion to issue a permit?
Did you guys want that condition to have the transplanted trees have to survive? What do we want? Just 3 full growing seasons? That's usually our standard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure the applicant wants them to survive too, so.
Yes.
Very
Taking
much.
the time to transplant them, I would hope so.
The trees are actually a gift to the library from the garden club, so we would love for them to survive. So we're going to do everything we can to make sure that happens.
Great.
Awesome, Megan. Thank you.
So who's making this motion?
I could make the motion.
Oh, good.
I make the motion to issue the stormwater permit for stormwater permit 2425 for the library patio expansion.
Okay.
With the condition that the transplanted trees survive for 3 full growing seasons.
I'll second that. Kathy Berrigan?
Replaced in kind.
Oh, replaced in kind?
Yeah, that's usually what we do. 3 full growing seasons or be replaced.
Oh, yeah, okay, or be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Or be replaced.
Okay, I'll second that. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanjay Fernando,
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve McNeil, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Larry Romano,
Larry Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0. The public hearing for stormwater permit 2425 35 Ripley Road is now closed.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for hanging in there.
Next is a resumption of the public hearing for NOI 2424 stormwater permit 2423 for 31 Dolan Lane. Charlotte, are our people here for this?
So Jeff confirmed in writing as of tonight that they would like to continue to, I think it was August 22nd, right, Jeff? I think it's, yes, August 22nd.
Okay, so that speeds us up a little bit tonight. That's good.
Yep. Thank you, Jeff.
So the public hearing for
Thanks,
NOI
Charlotte.
2424 stormwater permit 2423 31 Dolan Lane is continued until August 22nd.
August 22nd, yes.
Okay, good. All right. Finally, we will consider the certificate of compliance or completion for NOI 21-10 for 183 Atlantic Avenue. I know the
All
presenter.
right. And Sanji, respectfully, since you are the applicant, you'll have to recuse yourself. So you'll just be the
Yes, I will.
applicant for, yep.
Yeah.
So this was an NOI from 2021. I'll just pull up the as-built. And Sanji was kind enough to walk around and take photos of all the mitigation plantings since I was unable to do so. So this was a boardwalk and wetlands, restoration type project. We did walk I virtually walked the boardwalk, didn't really see any major deviations. I did see the 10 sets of pilings that the plan had required. So it was kind of split into 2 sections here that are shown in the as-built. And then there were a handful of mitigation plantings that were required per the approved plan. Sanji can go into a little bit more detail about that, but I believe he planted everything that he should have. I think you planted, Sanji, was it 1 additional blueberry bush? I think that's what I have written down right here. And that some of the trees initially didn't survive. So we just had to replace those throughout the years. But it was the inkberries, the blueberries, and the river birches that you had planted that are they all still doing okay right now? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, yep, they are.
Oh, yep. So other than that, I didn't see any other deviations to the boardwalk, and then the plantings were all added. And so I think one of the awkward things about this order is, for whatever reason, before my time, the special template was not included when the order was issued. It may have just been an administrative mistake. So I can't recommend the ongoing condition for the plantings to survive through full growing season to be replaced. But I think since Sanji's seen how our COCs normally go at this point, I think that should be expected, but unfortunately can't probably put it in the motion because it wasn't a part of the order when it was issued and recorded.
Okay. So I move to issue a certificate of completion for NOI 2110, 183 Atlantic Avenue. Do I have a second?
Second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 501. Congratulations, Sanjay.
Really cool.
It looks really
Running
good.
over to your house.
Good job, Sanji.
Yeah, I love to have her over. Yeah.
Can I use that walkway to get down there and fish?
Oh, absolutely. Though, yeah, the current's really tough, so I've lost a lot of flies there.
I bet.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're coming to the much anticipated part of the evening where we're going to reorganize our officers. And I'm happy to nominate my successor, I hope, Valerio Romano, to be the chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
We're going to have a roll call vote. And Valerio, you don't have to recuse yourself for this. You can vote for yourself.
Oh, was that right?
I think so. Why can't you?
I think we've done it before, but some people have abstained. I don't know if it's a comfort thing.
Well, anyway, Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Valerio Romano.
Valerio Romano, aye.
Great. That motion passes 600. Congratulations on your promotion. And
How come Kathy or Chris didn't want to do it? What am I missing?
well, you're not missing anything because we're getting to them next.
What's that? I didn't hear the last part you said.
We're getting to them next. So my next nomination is for Chris McIntyre to be vice chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 600. Congratulations, Chris.
Thank you.
My next nomination is for Kathy Berrigan to be secretary. Do I have a second?
Second.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Sanji Fernando,
Sergeant Fernando, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Rich McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0. Congratulations to our new officers. Thank you for volunteering.
And thank you for being chair, Tom. I know it's extra work, and Valerio, excited to work with you. Chris, excited to keep working with you as vice chair, Kathy, secretary. So thank you, Tom. We appreciate your leadership and your commitment.
Tom,
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Great job.
since we're doing this, makes sense to perhaps shuffle the liaisonships or
Oh, yeah, we should. Charlotte, do you have a list of what we are officially layout?
Yeah, did Angela send it out? I think we have 3. So we have Community Preservation Committee, CPC for short, Open Space and Rec Committee, and then Turkey Hill. So Open Space, Chris, I think you can speak a little bit for that. And then were you also CPC this year, Chris, or was it somebody else?
I'm CPC.
Oh, you were CPC. Okay, so Valeria and Chris, I don't know if you guys want to give a brief overview of, what you did on the, when you were on liaisons on the boards, but at least for Turkey Hill, Kathy, I think Kathy, it was just one meeting, right? That's really all we had to do. And so Turkey Hill Management Committee meets once a year. It's the representatives from Hingham and Cohasset and the volunteers on the committee. So minimal commitment. It's really just reviewing the annual updates. It's a Zoom update, so that one's pretty easygoing. But yeah, Valeria and Chris, feel free to speak on CPC and open space.
Yeah, open space typically meets monthly during the school year, I guess, and they've tackled issues from some tree planting. They maintain Cohasset as a arbor city, tree city. They organize the Earth Day / Arbor Day trash cleanup. They're co-chaired by Connie
Ashford?
Yep, and Adam Norman. They don't meet remotely, which is kind of annoying, and it's difficult for me, which is the reason why, as vice chair, since I try to keep up, meet twice a week during hearing weeks. I feel like it's been tough for me. So if there's anyone that would like to take over the liaisonship, I would be happy to pass it along.
Okay.
I don't know if I sold it very well, but
yeah, you shouldn't have gone into detail there.
I'll just note too that open space, and I guess I can sort of speak for conservation. We definitely have a lot of shared interests. Open space was one of they got the was it the single-use plastic water bottle ban passed. I don't think they're going to stop there, but that was a start. We've been trying to work together on some grant applications, one of them being the tree planting project that we were awarded for UCF. Yeah, so there's a lot of shared interest with conservation open space. I think in the future, we're going to hopefully collaborate on some stuff. We're trying to look at grants to do like a town-wide tree survey, but I know we're running into roadblocks with just town staffing resources and realistic expectations.
yeah, that was one of the things that I was, looking to do to grow our status as a tree city. That's one of the things you would typically do as a next step, is to survey at least the public trees, at least public roadways anyways, and not really getting into the parks and stuff, but yeah.
So just as a point of information, the liaison member is a non-voting member, and I guess it's at your discretion how actively you participate. At the very least, you're there to keep us the commission apprised of what's going on and what it, with particular emphasis on what might be coming to us in the future. And so the
That's not how they treated me when I joined. Peter Pescator was the chair, and he basically had the opposite to say. He said I was a full member when I was the liaison, and so then I was kind of like, oh boy, I was and so I voted, and I was like,
oh,
part of the. I don't know if it's accurate or inaccurate, but that's how they've been treated.
I think you is that that's an appointed commission or committee?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so you would have to be you'd have to be sworn in as a member to vote. So I don't think he was right about that, but I don't think you did any damage, Chris. Unless you broke some ties with your vote.
I don't think so, except Peter left, so I don't think I had anything to do with that.
Okay. So Kathy, are you good staying with the turkey?
I am good with it. Yeah.
Valeria, what do you think? Now you're chairman, so you've got a bit more to do.
Well, so yeah, I'm already doing the CPC, which was appointed by the select board. So they haven't met though since April 4th.
Oh, you're on it? You're an appointed.
I'm actually on. Yeah, I'm like appointed by the select board. I had to get sworn in, but I can step off it. Somebody else could take over if somebody else wants to do CPC.
Yeah. So maybe I've been quiet. Like, is CPC Zoom or in person? Like, that's
they haven't met. Yeah.
and I apologize. Like, I know my travel's going to ramp up a little bit, and I think I'm happy to do my part, but it'd be easier if I can step up to something that might have a Zoom option, just for a little flexibility. And I don't know if the CPC meets. Maybe they both meet in person, but that was just sort of what I was listening for.
Yeah, I think open space is probably the one that has the larger commitment of the two, because if CPC meets very infrequently, and if they do happen to go in person, like, if open space meets once a month in person, that's kind of tough. But at least what I've done with open space recently is I've just had Chris, I think her name's Deirdre. I've just had her call me on her cell phone and put me on speaker. Maybe that would be something they could accommodate for us, since, we meet more frequently. We have a lot on our plates, and being a liaison's extra work. So maybe that's something we could talk to the co-chairs about. But yeah, at least for me as a guest, when I was joining to give them some updates, they let me just call in on the phone.
I think the commitment could be as low as simply reading their agenda.
Yeah.
And participating if you want, but the purpose of the liaison is to simply keep the commission informed. And so I don't see that. I don't think that means you have to go to the meetings. You do have to pay attention to maybe their minutes and.
It's still being recorded, right, Charlotte? I'm just gonna send this clip over to them, and
Which one? Sorry.
We're still being recorded, right? I can just clip this piece out and say, hey, the chair, he's still chair, right? For the rest of the day.
Who, me? No.
Oh, Tom? Yeah.
I'm not chair anymore.
Well, for tonight you are.
That would make it much easier, because it is tough to go meet in person, and I think I could probably push for the Zoom. They're not like opposed to it. It's just that they're not.
I'll do it. Let me give it a shot and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, if there were a really critical issue that we urgently needed, if you saw the agenda and you thought this is really important, you might attend. And then just to be, it's not, being liaison is not for them, it's for us.
Yeah. And if I'm copying the agendas, I just let me give it a shot. It would be nice to try to do something in person if I'm around.
Yeah.
I just looked at the bylaws for Cohasset, and it's not really as formal as the other commissions and committees. Like there isn't a specific section in the bylaw that governs the open space committee. So I think that Tom's right, Chris. You've been doing more than you had to.
Oh, well.
Well, maybe you did it because you were interested in the.
No, I was interested in trying to get some stuff, the tree survey done, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't discourage anybody from piping up there, you know, if they'll listen to you, great. And I don't know about the vote, but if it's an ill-defined committee that doesn't have any bylaws or regulations, then yeah, I suppose Pescatori could have said you could do anything.
yeah, one thing we've been trying to do, which they pushed forward, was the tree policy, which is kind of weak right now, because they have a tree bank, but in writing it's supposed to be for like planting and maintaining trees, but in reality they use it for cutting down trees a lot most of the time, unfortunately. So
Okay, so are we filled out? Valerio, are you going to hang in there, or would you like somebody to replace you?
I mean, they haven't met since April, so I'm flexible. I don't know if we need to it's like one or two meetings a year, it seems like. So
does anybody want to jump in here and replace Valerio?
I'll do
I
the
was thinking CPC when you brought up the list, just because I figured that might be easier for me to not miss expectations, but I can do either.
Okay, we need to settle it.
yeah, Chris, do you want to hop on CPC? We'd have to go to the select board, and they'll appoint you, and I'll resign or something.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'm sure.
No, you don't have. No,
Okay.
the liaison does not get appointed by the select board.
For CPC, it does. There's one member of CPC shall be a member of the Conservation Commission.
Oh.
Yeah.
PC might have different regulations than open space.
Yeah.
Yeah, the open space doesn't have any. I'm looking at the bylaws. So one member of shall be a member of the Conservation Commission.
Oh.
Yeah.
One member is a member of open space too, actually. So.
Okay, so Chris, are you jumping commissions here as liaison then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's be clear. You've moved to CPC, right?
Yep.
Sanji, you're gonna do open space, right?
Yeah.
And Kathy's doing Turkey Hill.
Yes.
Okay, do we need to make a motion for this, Charlotte, or is it?
Technically, yes.
Okay, I move.
You could try to do it all in one motion. Who's going to say anything?
That's where I was going. I move that Kathy Berrigan be the liaison for Turkey Hill, and Chris McIntyre be the liaison from the Conservation Commission to Community Preservation Commission, or is it committee?
Turkey Hill Management Committee.
No. Oh, yeah, that's Kathy Berrigan to be a liaison to Turkey Hill Management
Community Preservation Committee.
Ah, okay.
Sorry. Yep.
So Chris McIntyre will be liaison to the Community Preservation Committee, and Sanji Fernando will be the liaison to. Oh, now I'm lost. What's left?
Open Space and Recreation.
Open Space and Parks and Recreation. Huh? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Sanji Fernando. Sanji Fernando.
Aye.
Steve McNell.
Steve McNeil, aye.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano.
Valerio Romano, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That motion passes 6-0-0. I just wanted to say that it's been a pleasure, sort of, being chair, and I think I think it's important that we rotate this position annually so that we don't get stuck in a rut like we have in the past where everybody sort of defers to the chair. I know I could see that I've accrued too much power. And so it's time to cede that power to somebody else. But hopefully, if we rotate, that tendency will not get too entrenched. It was entrenched as long as I've been on the commission. Jay was the chair for a long time, and Chris was. They did a great job. I'm not saying they didn't, but it turned out that they were listened to probably as exalted members rather than just a member. So I think it's really good to be rotating that chair position. Valerio, I'm happy to help you in any way I can. To begin with, I've developed a script system that works for me, and I'll walk you through it and give you a template so that you can,
That would be great.
at least at the very beginning, you can use it. And then as I did, I got a script at the beginning too, and I've altered it as to sort of fit how I wanted to present. And I'm sure that you'll probably make alterations too to suit how you want to run the meeting. But you can see running the meeting is sometimes contentious.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of fun. Hopefully you don't have to tell anybody they're out of order. Like I did a couple.
Sounds like we have another contentious issue coming down the pipe from tonight's hearing.
Yeah, maybe, but hopefully not. Hopefully it'll all get ironed out. Charlotte's a good diplomat. She has her ways of persuading people.
No, you guys end up making the decisions. I just the conditions I draft, I'm always open to feedback. I know I'm sorry I cut you guys off when you're making motions, but there's definitely ways maybe we could improve that process so that I'm not like doing that every time. I'm happy to come up with I know I said I would do this and I haven't yet, but I think at this point, since we have new people and we're going to have a new chair every year, I'll come up with a draft language for an order, for a stormwater permit, and for an RDA, just so that you guys have that, and then you can modify it as you see fit, and then at least you guys will have that in the background, so anybody who wants to make a motion can just use that. So that's one way I think it can make it easier. But yeah, I guess Tom and Valerio, I'm happy to set up a call whenever you guys want, or unless you guys want to chat privately, whatever you guys want to do. We can do this every year for passing of the torch. Just have the current chair or the old chair and the new chair just meet. But yeah, just let me know what you guys would like to do.
Well, I think
we could meet in Charlotte's office if you want in the next couple of weeks before the next hearing.
Yeah, we can meet. Yeah. You want to do like we could also use our meeting, Tom, our 2:30 meeting slot. I don't think it would be a violation if Chris was also there, because he's there to review the agenda. But Valerio, we have meetings the Tuesday before each hearing to I just go over the agenda with the chair and the vice chair. I try to make it as quick as I can. I'll bring up any issues that I think that may not necessarily be appropriate to bring into a public hearing setting. I'm just like kind of notifying you guys like what I saw or anything I flagged, and then you guys can take that information and run with it. But you may also see it in my comments 90% of the time. So.
And occasionally town council will
Yep.
join us to.
Yeah, we do like for contentious projects, we do like to try to bully town council to get on the call with us to review the agenda and or attend the meetings. But as you guys have seen, that's sometimes a challenge. But yeah.
Been working with KP for 5-6 years. I know they can be challenging for sure.
Oh.
Good to know.
They're a known quantity to you. That's good.
Oh yeah.
Well, Alex has been very helpful.
Yeah.
He's been great with us. So
it's a good backstop too for when we need to have somebody's insurance on the line.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So can I ask something about I know we closed or it's not in front of us, but the golf course do you think we should get peer review on that? I mean, are any of us qualified to really like judge those different systems of dredging? Like it's pretty giant. It's acres and acres. And, you know, there's a lot of wildlife presumably at the bottom of that. Do you think we should ask them for peer review, or is that?
Well,
it
let's
seems like a
We
big
shouldn't
deal
be
to me.
discussing it outside of the hearing though. Sorry, Valerio.
Okay, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
In general, if there were to be a dredging project in front of us, perhaps we would want to discuss that. Yeah.
Good job, Chris.
Yeah, not for them exactly, any dredging project, because we don't necessarily have the expertise to pick which, you know, which alternative was best. And really, I think about the turtles and the, you know, lizards and whatever, the wildlife in that pond.
Yeah,
And they're
the
just
only,
getting massacred.
the only
Or in a
issue
pond in general.
with Wetlands Protection Act, one of the biggest things that I've really questioned, but I guess it sort of makes sense. The Wetlands Protection Act does not protect wildlife. It only protects wildlife habitat. So like, we definitely have, I think, a right to ask questions about what's going to happen, but the priority, like the 8 of the multiple protected interests in the Wetlands Protection Act, it's wildlife habitat, not wildlife. I mean, there's definitely all these provisions on rare and endangered species, but then that kind of almost goes into different jurisdiction, like with the, you know, MISA and natural heritage. But, you know, obviously with evaluating a project, you have to make sure it's not going to have an impact on endangered species habitat. So it's always it's always rough to review these projects and know that it's going to cause an impact to wildlife. And then you only have to question the habitat. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
If it wasn't for the impact on the habitat, I wouldn't be worrying about it, right? So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, habitat for sure. Yeah, definitely. It's concerning either way. It's always difficult because, I mean, they have an some projects get an ENF certificate and a 401 sometimes by the time they already come to conservation. So when other state and federal departments are all weighing in saying it's okay, it's like, yeah, it definitely puts us in a tough spot.
So we ordinarily don't require third-party reviews unless we have a question about the competency of the applicant's contractors.
Okay. I mean, she was directly at, well, if somebody in general would ask us for our opinion on which alternative to pursue to, you know, dredge acres of a lake, you know, I don't know that I'm personally qualified to pick which one would be better, you know, like, it's just weird for me to vote on it.
But I think we do vote on things like, you know, going back to our coastal bank thing, like we were relying on blue flags.
Yeah.
So, you know, like, I mean, if, you know, and in her opinion, which I obviously didn't agree with, but like, you know, I think we took it at prima facie that was an expert opinion.
Yeah.
We're put in tough, Steve, as you can see, so we're put in tough positions as a commission of, we're relying on the information that's been provided by professionals who supposedly know all and know what they're doing, but you know, we're the Conservation Commission and we're the ones that issue the permits. So if we don't think the information is satisfactory or if we don't agree with it, you know, you can always vote no. And you can require more information or you can ask for a continuance. I mean, some of these projects.
On the dredging one, they were asking if somebody were to ask us to pick a method of dredging, which is essentially
they've got to decide for themselves.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was hearing.
I don't know if I agree. Like, then why aren't we questioning the use of herbicide? Like, you know, like what's the difference in our expertise? Like we were debating weed matting, you know, like, but there was no evidence in her.
I think you guys just have to. Yeah, I mean, I think you guys just have to make the best decision. You guys just have to,
right, on whose methods are better.
Yeah, no,
Sanji, you know, I thought of something afterwards, Sanji. She's telling us that the herbicides don't leach out of the plants when they're applied. Well, how do they know? If there's no way to test for whether they leach out, whether the soil or the water, because I'm hearing that we can't actually, how does somebody know they're not leaching out, right? So I thought of that afterwards. It was like, somebody must be testing for that anyway.
The report was very inconsistent. I think I can say that because the hearing's closed, but the report, like from what was it, USDA or DEP or whatever it was, like I was reading through it and it was just like inconclusive. I'm like, this is not helpful.
It's not supporting evidence. Yeah.
It's not, no, it's not.
Peer reviewed, especially on ecology and environmental papers that ever have like a definitive answer. It's never.
It's always, we need more data. That's every scientific paper ever is, here's what we found, but we always need more data. But yeah, I mean, you guys just have to make the best decision with the information that you're given. So if your gut's telling you something, like Sanji, as we saw tonight with you, you guys are all welcome to make that decision. You're all individual commissioners. You don't have to vote unanimously. If you don't feel that a project is in compliance with the Wetlands Protection Act and or our bylaws, you can vote nay, or you can abstain, or if it's up to you guys. And it's you just have to make the best decision with the information you're given, and you have a right to ask for more information. That's, our commission is very active in that, and I think we do a good job in that. We want to see more information before we make a decision. You guys are not rubber stampers by any means, and I really appreciate that. So I encourage you to just keep doing what you're doing. Think critically. You have a right to vote no. You have a right to, respectfully criticize a project if you don't think it's compliant.
There's no stigma associated with disagreeing with the majority. I mean,
I actually appreciate it when people vote nay. I will say, like, even though I draft all these conditions, I actually appreciate it when people vote nay. I'm just trying to procedurally move things along, and it's by no bias whatsoever. It's really just, okay, if you guys vote yes, here's what I recommend. If you guys vote no, I don't care. I'll enforce it either way.
Yeah.
So.
And maybe there's no answer to it. It's a question of, like expertise, like how do we evaluate the expertise, in domains that we're not familiar with? Like, unfortunately this one got unlucky that I landed on just the right passage to get a bee in my bonnet, but it's a lot of information we get buried with.
It is. It is.
I think you guys had a right to ask for a continuance. I know they were frustrated at the last meeting, but you guys had a right to do it. It was a lot of information. The pressure was put on. Sanji, I think you had to leave that night. So it's like, you guys needed more time. You have a right to ask for more time, or they can choose to have the commission vote on the information that you guys have, and that can result in a denial. So most people choose to continue because they want us to say yes.
I don't think I've ever seen an instance where anybody has to continue.
We've threatened it multiple times. People always agree with the continuance because they want, if it means giving them an approval, they'll do it.
Yeah. The implication is either continue or we're going to vote on it, and we're going to turn you down. So
yeah,
it's kind of unspoken. It used to be spoken out loud, but we haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, Valerio, I agree with Tom in terms of how Tom's done it with, well, we can vote right now, or if you would like to continue to this day, so the applicant has to agree to a continuance, but you can definitely be persuasive to show them their options of what happens if they say no.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
You guys want me to quickly read through my updates?
Oh yeah, I forgot we still have more business, don't we? Okay.
Yep.
Quickly.
So I'll just read through it really quickly. It's on the bottom of the agendas. If I don't have time or if it's really late, I can always kick them off. I'll let you guys know if something's ever urgent. So Steve, I'll just be really quick here, but usually I do this at the end of the night. Milliken Courts, that's the, what is it, tennis court project or pickleball court project. They started construction. They've been really good at communicating what they're doing. They're sending photos. They're providing me with weekly updates practically. So they've been great so far. 30 Beach Street, that was a small dock project. They started construction. They have their Chapter 91 license. 103 Border Street was a raise and rebuild project with an existing home. That one just started construction this week. Fun thing, 26 Lampert's Lane. So the latest update that I have from the town is they did get the approval for the common driveway. This was, for reference, Steve, this was a 4-home project that, let's just say it was not fun. It was multiple months of review, very difficult humans that I won't name. So long story short, they're going through multiple reviews right now. They have the approval for the common driveway. However, as we kind of saw early on, they are hitting a snag with sewer department. Sewer department needs to determine where the lines are of jurisdiction for the sewer district. And some of those homes are most likely, if not all of them, could be outside of the sewer district. And there was data collected back in 2019 where they did test pits all over the site and determined that it's essentially almost impossible to put in a septic. So no idea what's going to happen with that. So that's the latest update that I have. And then the other updates, I spoke to town manager today about this briefly. I told you guys before, I don't know what to do with all these humans that are calling me with all these stormwater issues that are not necessarily my jurisdiction. They're blaming the town, they're blaming the permits that we're issuing. John gets like 20 plus calls a day. I'm getting them now. There was a woman who threatened to sue the town because someone wasn't getting back to her quickly enough. So I talked to the town manager about it briefly, and what we're going to do when I come back from my injury is I will be setting up very rigid office hours, and I will be enforcing those. I am not a 24/7 call girl with questions. It's preventing me from doing my job even remotely. So I'm going to be setting up office hours at least 2 to 3 times a week. People can come in for consultations and complaints and all this other stuff, but I'm not going to be devoting the rest of my time to just answering phones all day because I can't do my job. And then we're also going to try to provide, when I have the time, I will create a frequently asked questions sheet in regards to the stormwater bylaw, stormwater issues, what people can do on their property, what resources they can reach out to without listing any particular companies, obviously. So I will try my best to educate the public as best I can. I am very much open to feedback from you guys if you guys have any other suggestions. Sanji, I know we've talked before about maybe some AI platforms. I don't know if we can connect that to the town website, but that might be something like maybe if people can click a link and type in questions, cool, that would be awesome. I don't know if that's feasible, but that would be great. Oh, what you pulling up, Valerio?
I was just going to mention one thing. We could take offline, but I remember years ago, the realtors would give you like a welcome packet.
Yeah.
Just that one guy mentioned like, if he had known, like, I wonder if there's something we could do with the realtors.
Okay. I can put something in for stormwater. That would actually be really helpful. I was going to put in a bunch of stuff about trees. But yeah, I think I can. Or
at least the conservation, like, how to think about that. Like that one guy, I think mentioned that he didn't know he was cutting things down.
Yeah, I'll think of it. Maybe if
not alone in that.
Asked questions thing, maybe I can put in that frequently asked question thing in the welcome packet for stormwater too. That'd be helpful, I think, for new residents. Oh, sorry, Valeria. Did you have something to add here? You're sharing your screen with the stormwater stuff. I can't hear you.
We still can't hear you. And you're not muted. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I do it through my phone, so I'm muted on my phone too. Sorry about that. So this is just a random stormwater calculation. I think that it's kind of all nonsense. I mean, this is an increase of over 3,000 square feet of impervious area, and it's exactly equivalent to the 1,000th of acre foot. It's exactly equivalent. It's just I don't even understand how this could possibly be accurate.
Yeah, like, they do this by. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, anyway, I'm not an engineer, and I don't exactly know how they do this. But when I look at it, I'm like, it just doesn't seem possible if you create.
Yeah, they get away with this. They get away with this a lot by adding infiltration. So what this is showing is even though they're increasing impervious, they're not necessarily changing the runoff rate or volume because they're providing infiltration. So they're reducing. Yeah.
No, I get that. It's just that how could it be exactly the same?
I don't know. Yeah, that I don't know. I am somewhat adequate with reading the HydroCAD reports. I have pointed out, mostly I look at what they plug in for numbers for existing and proposed, and I see if that makes any sense, because you have to plug in curve numbers based on the type of coverage and then the soil type. So if that doesn't make sense, I'll question it, but I'm not a HydroCAD engineer. Sorry, you guys got a bargain deal with me. I know everything and nothing at the same time with no engineering or wetland science degrees. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Valerio. It definitely looks confusing. It's 100 plus, 200 plus page report. We need to see it
because if we have neighbors who are upset with each other because we're approving stormwater permits, and that's the engineering that goes into our decision making.
Yeah,
like I can understand why one neighbor's like it doesn't work out exactly the way it's supposed to. Anyway.
One thing that we can look into, I mean, the commission's always had the right to do this under our bylaw. It's just funding and our budget is non-existent. You can always hire a consultant. We used to have a stormwater management consultant like over a decade ago, and it was eventually replaced by the agent. So I mean, there's definitely, but we can always do peer reviews. I mean, we've done peer reviews. We hire this guy named Pat Brennan from PGB Consulting. He used to be a part of a different company. Now he strictly does peer reviews and stuff for planning board. And sometimes planning board incorporates stormwater review for whatever reason. So there's a little bit of overlap. And so Pat's really good at analyzing the numbers and breaking it down. So you guys as a commission, if you're ever not convinced with the design and you want a peer review, you can definitely vote on that. And the applicant usually pays for it, and we can bring in Pat to question it. In fact, I would encourage that for some projects that are coming down the pipeline that I can't mention yet. So yeah, but yeah, with stormwater stuff, I'm trying my best, but you're not going to please everyone in town. They are looking for someone to blame. They're not looking at the obvious that we've had 2 years of wet conditions and there's nowhere for the water to go. Everyone's basements are flooding. It's not my fault.
So Mario, let me just say that this is the computer model they use is junk engineering. It was devised back in actually the basis for it goes back to the 60s, and it used to be done by hand, and then it was when PCs came out, the kind of the first models were created based on that original plan, and they don't take all kinds of things into consideration, like the topography and of course groundwater is not even, we don't even have any jurisdiction over that. So if you've got a seep or a spring on your property, that doesn't factor into any of this, and there's a lot of kind of mysterious numbers that go into this, like you saw the time of concentration, which is a poorly understood concept to begin with. And actually, it's one of those parameters that you just play around with until you get the right numbers.
Well, that's what
the numbers you want. So
yeah, Valeria, they are.
Unfortunately, there's much better models out there, but the state has not required that that they be used. And so we're stuck with this dinosaur, which is highly unrealistic. This is a model.
Yep.
It's not, but the intent here is to actually have performance from these things. Well, none of these perform the way they're supposed to.
Yeah, one thing that the state is doing is they are updating the stormwater standards, but it's moving very slowly. They have proposed initial drafts this year.
Yeah,
it's
we're moving to models that were created in 1980 instead of 1960. So the models are, some of the more recent models are really pretty good, but they're very there's a lot of input to them. Most of them, almost all of them, don't work at the residential lot scale. That's the whole problem. Really, is that they're applying a model that was that's really aimed at something that's 10 square miles, and they're trying to squeeze it into a half-acre lot. Well,
that's why their calculations always look great.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, actually.
Yeah, so I mean, they are going to go to NOAA 14 eventually, but I know even professionals have criticized that it's already behind.
Well, NOAA 14 has only changed as far as I can tell, only changed the runoff coefficients. It really hasn't changed the software that's used to process it. And so there's a lot that could be done here, but then the engineering firms would have to totally retrain somebody, and it would be very expensive to do all of that. So they're using this thing that you could learn how to use it yourself in fairly short order. It's that simple, and you'd be appalled at what you don't have to put into it.
Yeah, it's pretty abysmal.
I mean, I just thought of it in the context of neighbors getting upset with each other and Charlotte having to field these calls. You know, I would just refer them to the court.
Well, the one thing that's interesting too is, like, I don't know anything about probabilities, but it is curious that the numbers are an exact match. Like, you know,
it's ridiculous.
In most algorithms they calculate, they never match. Like unless it's set to match, or like,
probably what happened there is they saw that they were without any sort of infiltration. The numbers the runoff was higher, of course, because they're putting in impervious surface. And then what they do is they design an infiltration chamber that just takes them under the threshold. And so that's what that's all about. All they have to do is put in a design point where an infiltration chamber where all the water's going, that puts just enough, theoretically, puts just enough water into the ground to bring them under the threshold.
So
So
just adjust that input
you
by
can
like,
figure the whole
they
thing
increase
here, sure.
increase it by 6
Like,
inches
you know, like
until they
you-
have it equal.
Yeah.
Like it'd be interesting then see if they report the infiltrations, like to get the number to hit right, it must be a decimal, right? You know, cause just for like, just thinking about math, like, it's like, if I add another foot here, it's gonna move it,
Well,
like proportionally.
consider this. The output is measured at acre feet. That's enough water to fill a 1 acre swimming pool to 1 foot. But when you start looking at cubic feet of discharge, of course, you're not looking at decimals here. You're looking at whole numbers generally. It can be a real number, but you're looking at bigger numbers like 10 or 50 or 100 instead of the acre feet. You're looking at 0.003 or something in some of these cases. And so you can imagine that there's a significant rounding error.
Yeah, and I think I will say it's like, it's like what there used to be a term in, Chris might know it in science, like, not scientific notation, but like, the impact of decimal values. So like, if that's the case, you would see more whole numbers to the tens or the hundreds in the, like, for it to match to the single digit.
So that's what the units they use speaks to the scale at which these models were designed for.
Significant digits, that's what it was.
You're talking about acre feet, you're talking about a big area, big runoff area, a square mile, 10 square miles, something like that.
No, so yeah, if you're secret, like the idea of significant digits, if I remember my high school math science a little bit, was like, if you're talking about large divisions of units of measure, like acres to feet, then if you're at the single foot, is that a valuable digit? It shouldn't be.
Yeah.
And so for you to be able to match it, either you're just typing it in yourself, like, because the calculation shouldn't come out to a single square foot of water.
Yeah.
At least that's my thinking.
It looks like sus when you see the numbers exactly the same. I mean, the only thing that I can think of from a bylaw improvement perspective, which I did talk to town manager about, the stormwater standards, again, were not meant to apply to single family homes. Our bylaw has made people now require to do that for projects. Now you take that one layer further. Our stormwater bylaw nowhere indicates that it's required to improve the conditions. You only have to meet the expectations of the stormwater standards in the bylaw. You're not required to improve the site conditions. However, given all the issues that we've been having on the site, we could add in some general language saying the commission may require, an improvement of whatever. And, we could add language saying that we have the right to make people improve the conditions, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it might get hairy with certain projects, but that is something to consider. We also don't have any requirements on having people look at alternative designs. We've seen the same engineering site plans every single time. They put in a trench, they put in a subsurface system. They are not really necessarily thinking outside the box with any other low impact development techniques that are all part of the stormwater checklist. So there's things that we could do to touch up our bylaw, but like Tom said, you're using an outdated system. So we're really put in a tough position here. And from an industry perspective, I don't think we can, force them to go with whatever model that we see fit. And then it changes how everyone does their stuff. So until the state regulations change, it's a little difficult to improve our bylaw without that guidance from the state. But
the fact is, there is no model that can.
No, there isn't. Yeah, I mean, like DEP,
model,
yeah.
At the residential scale.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, even with NOAA 14, it's still there. People are still critiquing that. Like, it's not.
The only thing NOAA 14 does is gives a more a finer grained look at what a 100-year storm is. So you can actually you can actually put in an address, and so our ability to model the weather is improved to the point where you can actually probably not to the individual address, but maybe to the square mile. And before, what we were doing, we were looking at the averages for the county. Well, imagine how that works for Norfolk County. Most of Norfolk County is inland. So what's happening inland for a 100-year storm is not what's happening on the Cohasset coast. So that's an improvement right there. And also they have better runoff curves than you did. But that said, it's still all junk.
It's still a mess. Yeah. So we're in a tough spot with stormwater. There's not much we can do. I'm trying, but I'm always open to interpretation. So I'll just quickly go through the rest of the. So open space, you know, since I told them about the tree grant, I'm going to be working with them on implementing that. Quick update on the tree grant. We just lost our tree warden. So I will just be working with whoever's covering for him. And hopefully that's not an issue for the grant. That's a question I'm going to ask next week. And then last but not least, you guys probably see this every year. The town works with Board of Health and all other departments to approve mosquito spraying in certain areas in town based off of levels of concern and reports and all this other stuff. It has nothing to do with me, sadly. I am not a part of those decisions. And if I was, I'm sure I would get silenced quite quickly because obviously that involves spraying a ton of chemicals everywhere that are probably sprayed near wetlands. So if you guys are seeing that from the town, just know that I had no knowledge or decision power in that decision.
Wow.
Yeah. And then I just had 2 quick 48-hour updates. I am working with town council. I know this has been a little bit of a delay. I'm working with town council to issue an enforcement order against the owner of 100 Whitehead Road. This is the person who bought the beach cleaning thing, and he keeps doing it. The owner, for reference, is a billionaire, ranked 386 in the world. So we're going to see how that goes. Hopefully we can just get them to understand the regulations a little bit more. And if not, we'll press further enforcement and just do our best. And then 83 Spring Street, I received a lot of issues from a neighbor and from a select board member about the applicant or owner of the property modifying the driveway. Tom went out there because I can't walk sites yet. So thank you, Tom. It looks like I had previously instructed the owner to contact me before they do this, but there are some vehicle ruts in the existing driveway layout. That driveway is unstable, and I have a lot of concerns what's going to happen during construction because there's 2 sets of invert pipes that are going underneath the unstable driveway. So we had talked about bolstering it in some way without changing grade, without changing layout, without expanding. We're not doing any of that. So the applicant kind of already did it and didn't tell me, and then it's an issue. So it looks like there's some areas that may have been potentially widened. I don't think, Tom, you saw any blatant filling of wetlands by any means, but if there was, that would be very hard enforcement. So I will get the applicant to fix it, and when I can walk sites again, I will be going out with a measuring tape and making sure that the driveway is still 12 feet wide. But those neighbors are going to be very upset throughout the course of construction. I'm shocked they did not appeal the permit when they should have. So just know that's going to be an ongoing issue with that project. And
Okay.
Yep. Sorry. Late night. Steve,
Motion-
how do you feel?
Motion to adjourn. Nobody wants to
Second.
do that? Oh, okay, good. We're going to do this by raise your hand and say, I'm done.
I'm done.
All right, guys.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a great night. See you
Thank
August
you.
22nd.
See you next
Thanks,
time.
Steve. Happy to have you and welcome.
Hope you had fun.